Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. What is this? I think you've been on here before. Joanne's two Penen? Let me know if I have gotten that one right in terms of the pronunciation there. But yes, hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. It is Friday, and we should get underway with our general Friday housekeeping, our rituals, before we start going down another interesting rabbit hole today. To be honest, we're carrying on with a little bit of a theme here. Last 2 days we've done what would be constituting potentially mass shooting events. But we're going to be locally specific this time. We're going to be looking at an Australian occurrence with a fugitive, a manhunt. There is a man on the run. Yeah, now I remember. welcome. Yeah, we're going to be checking out a man on the run in Victoria, and I think it's kind of relevant in the sense that his political persuasion seems to be in question here, and quite the political persuasion, might I add. Describes himself as a sovereign citizen. So that's Dezi Freeman. We're going to be looking at him and the story there. We're also going to be checking out this supposed rally that's happening or march that's happening around the country, I believe. And it's a march for Australia. It's a mixed bag of everything that seems to be, I don't know, potentially reactionary or mixed with strange amounts of, I don't know, Australian pride and patriotism. It seems to be a reaction to recent protests and marches surrounding the whole Palestine/Israel affair. And people seem to be angry that there's no attention being paid to Australians, and we're diverting attention away to, I guess, Palestinians and other issues that are of no importance to local Australian affairs. And so we're going to check out that. What's that about? Because it's happening in a place near you this weekend if you're joining us from Australia. So first of all, let's do our usual Friday pleasantries, shall we? So I would like to pay my respects to all workers, past, present, and emerging. It is on your backs that the entire capitalist world, the entire modern world is built. It is from your labor that we have literally everything around us. Everything around you right now was produced by a worker somewhere or in close association with a worker if it was all done by a machine, but it was still somebody's labor power that produced the machine. So everything around you, everything was made by someone, directly, indirectly. And so we pay our respects to all workers. So if that's you, just remember, we are the most important element of the modern age. By far, it is from us that the entire value of modern society is derived. So never forget that. And so on this very important day, the eve of the weekend, the weekend, a special time where capital cannot touch us, let us remember this. And I hope that you enjoy your weekend and you are not touched by the clutches of capital. And if you do have to work and sell your labor to the highest bidder or to anyone that you can trade it to, I hope for your sakes that you get some type of penalty rate or compensation for that. And, maybe a day off later in the week. So let us jump into today's festivities, shall we? So we're going to be looking at a gentleman by the name of, Dezi Freeman. Now, Dezi sounds like a bit of an ethnic name, if you ask me. It doesn't seem like your usual Australiana style sovereign citizen rights individual. But I guess let's ask my research assistant, we can have a little bit of background on this person. See if that helps. Let's have a look. See here. I'll see if I can get this centered a bit better. Yeah, that works. That'll do. That'll do. Don't. Hate that. There we go. That's better. All right, so let's ask. Today we're going to be looking at the manhunt that is being undertaken in Victoria right now, looking for Dezi Freeman. Can you please give us a short explanation of the events that led to this manhunt and some details about the perpetrator? Actually, I'm going to do that again with a web search, actually. See if it works. No, it's thinking. It's trapped. I'm going to go to another one for now. Okay, here we go. So what happened? Sequence of events. Oh, so on Tuesday morning, so just this week, if you're not across what I'm talking about, let me fill you in, because this stuff is potentially pretty intense. On Tuesday morning, 26th of August, approximately 10:30 a.m., Victorian police, about 10 officers arrived at a rural property on Rainer Track near Porepunka. How do you say that? Porepunka. So that's 320 k's northeast of Melbourne, to execute a warrant relating to alleged historic child sexual abuse. Oh man, there's some crazy themes that are carrying over in all of these week's streams. Not only is it about mass shootings, now it's all about PDF files. These officers were from the Sexual Offences Child Abuse Investigation Unit rather than tactical squads. Upon arrival, officers approached an old bus on the property. Without warning, they were met with gunfire from inside. Two officers, Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson, age 59, and Senior Constable Vadim DeWart, age 35, were killed. A third detective was seriously injured, but has undergone surgery and is stable. Man. The gunman allegedly took weapons from the fallen officers and fled into rugged bushland near Mount Buffalo National Park, a terrain with caves, abandoned gold mines, and alpine features that heavily impede. Oh my God. Look, when I was researching this beforehand and looking into this, all I could think of was like, whether it's good or bad, and like I don't think the direct correlation here, but like just generally, this is like the Australian Rambo story. If you are across First Blood, if you've ever seen that movie, I'll give you a little visual here so you can see it. This is a gentleman by the name of Sylvester Stallone. Not that I was old enough to see this, but I remember watching it as a kid. But like this is Sylvester Stallone, and the story behind First Blood is pretty much returned U.S. Vietnam vet, like special forces dude as well. It's just like roaming around America, pretty much displaced, doesn't have anything to do after coming back, and giving his life for the country, etc., etc. And thank you, Evelava. Good to see you. I believe you will be in the stream chat soon. But yeah, it basically, is kind of abandoned by society after being, basically used and abused during the Vietnam War. And he's just roaming around America. And so he gets picked up in a local town and they don't want to have anything to do with him. And so they try and get rid of him. There's some drama ensues, and then he gets basically incarcerated for no real reason. And he takes exception to that and has an altercation with local law enforcement. And he basically goes into the forest and, like, hangs out in a mine, like a mine shaft, survives there, and basically takes on the entirety of the local and state police force, and basically brings the town under siege because of his special training. And it's a interesting take, and like this time he's fighting for his life, and I'm sure instead of not fighting for his country, he's fighting for his life, and like that's the details of this. So the Buffalo National Park with the terrain of caves, abandoned gold mines, and alpine features that heavily impede search efforts. And it's like thick territory as well in the movie. It's so much like that. But obviously the Rambo character is very endearing and like kind of makes you sympathize with him like easily. Hollywood are great at doing that. The man against, the lone wolf, the cowboy against the system. But in this case, I don't know if you can really get much of an endearing story around this Dezi Bird Freeman guy. So identified as Dezi Bird Freeman, I'll show you a picture of him. There he is. There's the guy, if you can see that. That's our gentleman here, Mr. Dezi. And apparently he's around here somewhere. Like very pretty thick bushland, not gonna lie. If you can see that. And they're in for a wild ride, trying to find this guy. He's been arrested before, but I'm sure we're gonna get to that. And like I said, just keep in mind that he is a self-described sovereign citizen. So that might give you some context around, what type of persuasion he has. He's an individual, and he's basically fighting against the state and against the world. He's going to bring down the new world order and all that sort of stuff, one man at a time. So he is 56 years old, formerly known as Desmond Philby. So that's why he's changed his name to Freeman. That is interesting, isn't it? A self-proclaimed sovereign citizen who rejects government authority and Australian law. Reports indicate he lived in an old bus on that rural property alongside his partner and children, though after the shootings, these family members attended a police station and were later released without charges. Police say they were never with Freeman during the incident. Freeman has a history of anti-government and anti-police behaviour, previously referred to officers in court as Nazis, terrorist thugs. Wow. And sued a former premier for treason during the COVID-era protests. He loudly opposed public health measures and claimed police were like Nazi soldiers. So the mainstream media allegations say, and they do love their sensationalism. I don't know if calling police officers Nazis is is just an indication of how outrageous this man is, because, why not? If the shoe fits, you can call a copper a fascist. I don't know if that gives much away, but the whole sovereign citizen thing is something I think we should be looking into. The manhunt. So the search ended its fourth day yesterday, apparently. Authorities described Freeman as heavily armed, bushcraft trained, and dangerous, with a familiarity of the local alpine terrain, possibly enabling him to evade capture for weeks, even months. Wow. Victoria Police, supported by the Australian Federal Police, have deployed Special Operations Group, Critical Incidents Report Team, tactical units, drones, thermal helicopters. See, that's the thing that I didn't get right. Thermal helicopters. Like, have you seen the footage from thermal helicopters before? Like you can see people in thick bush running across terrain, no problems. There's canine squads. This really is, honestly, if you have seen the movie First Blood, the first Rambo movie, oh my God. This is literally the plot line for it. And aerial surveillance. A no-fly zone covers the search area until at least 30th of August. Nearby residents are urged to stay indoors and not approach him if spotted. Well, fair enough. He's heavily armed, and he's already like popped people in cold blood. Weather conditions, cold, wet, windy, alpine terrain, are hampering the operation significantly. Police continue to systematically search caves, abandoned mines, bushland, and structures near the property. Warnings and appeals. Authorities emphasize that Freeman is armed and extremely dangerous. The public is strongly advised not to approach him and instead immediately contact 000. All right, fair enough. Victoria Premier Jacinta Allen, Chief Commissioner Mike Bush, and senior police officials have urged Freeman to surrender peacefully while tributes pour to the fallen officers and public buildings are lit in blue as a mark of respect. This is fucking mental. Yeah, I've heard about this. So recent developments are along the lines of, what is this? How do you say that? Porapunka shooting. I guess that's the way to say it, right? Porapunka shooting. Victoria Police urged Dezi Freeman to call 000 and surrender as manhunt continues. So basically, they're putting out. It's been a number of days, and they've come up with nothing. And so the tactic at the moment, as I am led to believe, and I don't mean this like in a pejorative fashion, but the tactic at the moment is like, look, stalemate. All right, you're on the run, and we can't find you because the train is pretty heavy. And like, look, you saw the list. They've got Australian Federal Police out there. They've got special forces teams out there. They've got thermal surveillance drones, and they can't find this guy. I get it's like a needle in a haystack, but the technology they have for surveillance now, like if you've seen the footage of it, it's pretty amazing. And they just can't track him. They can't get him at all. It's incredible. What's this guy doing? Is he vaping? Wonder if he is. I'm watching you, brother. On it. Yeah, the boys having a vape. All right, so basically, look, they've come to a stalemate and they can't get him. And so they've put it out there. They said, look, surrender plan. Okay, let's negotiate now. If you just turn yourself in, we will play nicely here. I hope he gets popcorn lung. What's popcorn lung? It's like is that like an actual thing? He's hiding in the Epstein files. Jag, it's good to see you holding down the fort over in Twitch all by yourself. It's lonely over there, so drop us a line if you feel all alone. I'm not even registering you on my monitor. That's funny. But it's good to have you. Swiss cheese in the house. He's hiding in the Epstein files. Yeah, fuck, you'd never find him then, would you? And no one will ever be able to release it anyway. So, yeah, that's probably the best cover you will ever get in your life. If you ever need to go into hiding, go and hide in the Epstein files. So yeah, they suspect. Yeah, that's where they've gotten to right now. Look, let's just crack a deal here. Come out and we won't shoot you. If Dezi Freeman is watching this, ring 000 and we will support a surrender plan. That option is absolutely open to him. There have been no confirmed sightings of Freeman, 56, since he allegedly killed Det Leading and Neil Thompson. Sorry. He killed Det Leading, Senior Constable Neil Thompson, and Senior Constable Vadim D. Watt on a rural property on Tuesday morning. Severe weather conditions in Victoria. Yeah, we've got all of that. We will not rest until we apprehend the offender, he said, describing the search as protracted owing to the difficult terrain the police were navigating. We will tread carefully through the terrain because we obviously don't want to put any of our members in danger. I don't know, they're putting them in danger by going after him if he's so armed and dangerous. Okay, here's the location. Look at that. It is pretty forested, hey. Far out. My God. And there's what, gold mine shafts and everything, caves in this area. Far out. The state police minister, Anthony Carbines, on Thursday said the force was throwing everything at finding the dangerous armed offender at large. Told ABC radio that the officers had been shot in cold blood doing their job and Freeman would be held accountable. Yeah, wow. Interesting. All right, let's have a quick look at, like, from another angle. They're talking to some residents in the area. And, like, isn't that amazing, though? Like, this happened on Tuesday morning, and, like, no one's seen him for 3 days now. Lung disease that causes inflammation and scarring in the small airways of the lungs was originally discovered in popcorn factories from people breathing in the chemicals used for flavoring diacetyl. Oh, damn. And that's the stuff that's in the vapes. Ooh, far out. Well, interesting. And how sad is that? Again, the working class under attack right there. Bang. Working in popcorn factories, breathing in the chemicals used for flavoring. Far out. We consume that stuff too. All right, let's have a look.
For the past 3 days, a police helicopter has been circling above Carol Lowen's home. Just over the hill from her backyard, less than 1 kilometre away, is the scene of Tuesday's fatal police shooting at Pawnpunka.
You won't go outside because you're frightened. You feel like there's something at your back. You know, you feel like there's somebody behind you. So yeah, it is scary.
Alleged gunman Dezi Freeman, who police say murdered 2 officers, is still out there. Police say he is armed and dangerous, and there have been no confirmed sightings. Today, he was urged to give himself up.
If Dezi Freeman's watching this, ring 000, and we will support a surrender plan. That option's open to him, absolutely.
And police had this message for the community.
What I would say to the community and say to anyone who may be considering or harbouring or supporting him, they need to reconsider. They're committing a criminal offence and we will prosecute them.
If you see this fugitive, what we do know...
Do you reckon that's an option? Because I guess with his political associations, again, you know, just keep in mind the sovereign citizen thing. I do believe that he is potentially associated with some type of right-wing movement. There might even be right-wing groups that he's associated as well with. And so them speculating on the fact that he may be being harboured by someone, it kind of makes sense if they haven't really had one sighting of this guy in all of this time. No one from the public has seen him. And like all of their fancy gadgets have turned up like nothing. Like even in Rambo, they were able to like get him out eventually. They saw him. You know, this is diverging from the plot of Rambo now. But far out. Harboring that, like you have to be pretty hardcore to want to do that. I guess as a sovereign citizen, that's your ethos though, isn't it? It's like, who cares about what the authorities say? Who cares about Australian law? I am the law. I am a sovereign citizen. It's a very interesting debate, and I hope we get philosophical about this later when we get into the sovereign citizen stuff, because it's a very interesting discussion. Basically, what we're having on display here is anarchy. These guys will never say that because it's associated with left-wing philosophy, but essentially he's an anarchist, right? He doesn't believe in the state, and he believes in his individual freedom. So he's a sovereign individual. He believes in his own autonomy and sovereignty. He has the right over his own body and his own mind, and he cannot be told what to do by authorities. He doesn't recognize their jurisdiction, and he doesn't believe that they have any basis either legally to have any jurisdiction over him as a person. So maybe the people that he associates with as well. So like that's a pretty It looks like, and you know, I'm not an expert in these type of situations, but it looks like that's a desperate plea. Like, look, man, just give yourself in, all right? And we'll have a surrender plan for you. They're getting desperate.
About him, the last time that he was seen, he was heavily armed. Do not approach him, and if you do see him, ring 000. We ask the community to be vigilant. We couldn't be more clear on this.
Carol found out a gunman was on the loose when police arrived at her property.
I just couldn't believe it. You know, that just doesn't happen in Bright or Punker, you know. And so we just had the TV on all day, listening to bits and pieces. The chopper went round all day over our place and back around where he lives.
How close are you to the scene of the shooting?
It's not far away, you know. At first I didn't know it was that close, but yeah, it's not far away at all. The first day they were everywhere, and the chopper went round and round and round all day. There's just been police everywhere, you know, everywhere.
The small town of Porpunka has been hit hard by
Poor punker. All right, I'll say it properly from now on.
news that Senior Constable Vadim Devat and Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson were allegedly killed by the fugitive.
They're doing their job, they leave home and they don't go home. Their family's at home and they're not coming home, you know, it's sad. And these police that are here now, you know, they don't know if they're going home either. Who knows what's going to happen?
Just outside of Carol's
Good call,
property.
right? They were saying they don't want to. We were reading just before that they don't want to put anyone else at risk. Any other officers, especially in like the bad terrain, going after this and in pursuit of this man as part of this manhunt. But you know, if he's armed and they're scouring the place for him, he's already shot people in cold blood. Like, this guy is hardcore, all mentally deranged. So he's completely detached from any type of general empathetic approach to a situation. It's pretty cold, man. And yeah, he didn't want to let them, as far as I can tell, he didn't want to let them in the property. They were coming to search, and this all happened at the gate. And yeah, man, if you're out there looking for him, it's a ballsy approach to things. He's already he's taken to pretty, like I said, coldly. Even in Rambo, I think he just set traps for people. I don't know, like in the initial stages. I can't remember him actually taking people out.
Police set up a roadblock. Right now we are under police escort. We are being taken from one side of the exclusion zone where we have been stuck for about an hour to the other side where the town of Porpunka is. And just up here on the right is the Rainer track. At the end of that road is the property where the shooting occurred earlier this week, and that property is where specialist police are working out of to try and locate Dezi Freeman.
I can't believe he changed his name. Is that legit? They only like to attack the weak and the powerless. Any chance you get. So good. Yeah, they don't usually like to do stuff like this. This is too risky. We'll go after easy targets, please. Easy targets. Thank you. I didn't sign up for this. This is outrageous. All right. Yeah, where was that said? Where was that allegation made? Yeah, formerly Desmond Philby. He changed his name to Freeman. This guy's he's on many levels, this gentleman. This is not just political statements for him. He's changed his name to be Freeman. Wow. And what type of nationality? What, Desmond Philby? I guess it's Anglo, isn't it? Liam Banner. I have to assume the Freeman surname is a reference to his Sov-Sit ideology, I guess? It must be, right? He's obviously picked this up as an absolute statement. This is the embodiment of his entire ethos. I might change my last name. I'll be Mystery revolutionary from now on. Like, you got to live it, right? I guess that's one thing. Oh my God, Reality Pixel Media, no way. He may want to change his name again. Yeah. How you going? It's been months. Mystery Marks. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I could live up to that. Call myself Lennon. Yeah, Reality Pixel, how you going? Hope you've been well, mate. And what an interesting stream for you to come back for. Hey, we're on the hunt. So yeah, this is an interesting, it must be Liam Banner. It must be associated with his ideology, right? It has to be. What a pick. I guess Philby doesn't cut it, right? Hello, it's been ages, but I'm back. It's good to see you. All right, let's continue with this ABC propaganda, shall we? Sovereign citizens are so interesting to me. I'm planning to write my honours thesis about the pseudo-law memeplex that drives the ideology. Well. Far out. Eh? Good luck with that. When you say honours, are you doing like, is this part of your undergrad, I guess? And an honours course? Honours thesis? Yeah, wow. The pseudo-law memeplex, bro. Meme culture is culture. It is culture. Squeebalicious in the house. Yo. What's up? Give up the rack. Hope you're doing well. We are on a manhunt today. Squeebalicious. Just getting across this dude, this enigma, which is Dezi Freeman. So, bachelors of law. Yeah. Oh, wow. Fuck, we got legal people in the house. Watch out. Well, good luck. And what an interesting tie in there with the memeplex. Because that's what these people do get a lot of their ideology from, right? There's one thing about social media is that it is, as the name suggests, it is social. And when people get together and spread ideas like this, supercharged, turbocharged by algorithms, well, this is what we get. So this is what happens when you put working class or average people in charge of media, social media, to a certain extent, and feed it with a capitalistic machine, one that is being driven by the profit motive. And so the algorithm just pushes the memeplex, and you have Freemans of the world being generated. Potentially. Maybe he was already radical way before the onset of the socialized media landscape. Who knows? Is there a career in that? Oh, Lord. Yeah, always work for them. Always work for them. Sorry, yes. Well, if you believe the AI hype, there may not be much of an industry for lawyers, or entry-level ones anyway. You always need the experts, right?
Today, this valley and the bushland at the foothills of Mount Buffalo has been cloaked by rain and clouds.
It's really difficult terrain. It's complex terrain, and it's not something that we, even with our specialist resources, can move through quickly, because it is dangerous terrain as well. So we will tread carefully through that terrain, because we obviously don't want to put any of our members in danger in search for this fugitive.
Well,
He said terrain like 4 times just then. He's obviously concerned about the terrain.
are they going to get him? And I really don't know whether they are, because I think he's pretty
Pretty savvy.
cluey as to how he can hide out, and there's so much bush.
You have to, like, if he really is so ideological, like, was this part of it? Like, has he planned this? You know what I mean? Like, has he known that this day may come, and he's got some full doomer set up somewhere where he's, I don't know, got a bunker, and he's set up to live out there in the bush, stowed away somewhere. He's got supplies, and he's ready, or he's beeline straight for a mate's place, and he's hiding out. Funny you mentioned AI in law. We did an assessment that required use of AI. Our task was to correct its output for errors. AI is still far behind a human in law, trust me. Yeah, but isn't that interesting though? Like, look at that. as a case study, my friend. All right, look at that as a case study. Your task was to correct its output for errors. So it does the initial lifting. It does the initial lifting, and then humans come in and correct it. This is exactly what happened on the factory floor. You used to have humans that made things with their hands, supplemented by tools. Then machines came along and did the work, and humans checked the machines to make sure they were not making any errors. So machines are going to do the initial lifting, and then you're going to have like teams of paralegals everywhere that are checking its stuff for errors. Because the banter you hear, the criticism you hear of AI being used in legal practices is, and you had this right back at the start when people were first adopting this, like in America, you'd have people lodging cases into courts, and like the judge, the commissioner, whoever was going over the evidence, the documentation, they were like, these aren't even real citations. It's just hallucinating and making up references. And so, yeah, to fix the fact that AI isn't there yet, we're going to have all of these fresh graduates who correct the work of AI agents that put cases together. It's a very interesting inversion. Like, this was never the case. AI never factored in to the white collar world. And now the machines can do that stuff. Yeah, the US court case, I read about that. Yeah. Man. Wings of cheese in the house. How you going? What did you miss? Okay, we are learning about none other than the Australian Rambo. Check this guy out. Have you heard about this guy? So there's this guy's place called Papunka in Victoria. It's 300 clicks northeast of Melbourne, and so like this guy's hanging. He's on the run. He shot 2 coppers in cold blood who came to basically search his property. They had a warrant out for him. I don't know if it was for his arrest or what, but they had a warrant, and he basically met them at the gate, refused them entry, and shot 2 of them, injured the third, though they are okay, I believe. And he took their weapons, and he's off. It's as close as you can get to the Australian Rambo story, but like less of the American glory and more of just like, I guess, the sinister nature of the fact that this guy seems to have an ideological proclivity to, more, I would guess you would say, extreme right-wing behavior. He describes himself as a sovereign citizen. He changed his name to Freeman, from Philby to his last name being Freeman. And so I think, he's had a history. He's been, arrested in anti-lockdown protests. He sued the Victorian premier for treason, or attempted to anyway. So, yeah, so I've heard he was a sock offender, but I don't really care for what he did, LOL. More expensive way of getting the Philippines to review content. Huh. Wow. That's sad. Smart man can't arrest a Freeman. I get what you mean, but the sheer amount of correction required, it would have been quicker if I did it from scratch. That's how bad the AI is still for law. Isn't that interesting, right? Isn't that interesting? And like, this is like the sheer irrelevance, I think, as well, Liam, or just the unfortunate reality of this type of society that we live in, a capitalistic economy. Like, these people have committed to this technology, and a lot of the times they won't pull out of the technology unless it really hits them significantly. And so if people have been investing in the AI technology and they pay for it, they're going to use it. And even if it's slightly less efficient, or like dramatically less efficient, if they think, long term it's going to save them some costs. But like, if you're saying it's as bad as that it really was just like, it's just absolutely useless, I might as well have done it myself, then like that is just poor. But again, this just shows you they got a toy, and the capitalist class, the big boys, the big monopolistic ones, they want to push this on the marketplace. And, I guess some firms will take it up and some won't. Soldier Bear, morning all, late morning all. Welcome. We are looking into a gentleman by the name of Freeman. I'm not sure if you've heard of Freeman, Soldier Bear, but it would be interesting to get your thoughts on this one, because the way that he is being portrayed in the media is that he is a lone wolf extremist, and they don't know really how to handle the situation right now. They've got all this fancy gear, like top stuff. Like they've got the best gear out there that you would expect, and they've got all the special forces and agents on the job, and this guy is evading them significantly, and that's where we're at the moment. So it's an interesting situation nonetheless. Let us finish off this ABC piece, shall we? How to catch someone hiding in the bush. Wait till they go to the servo to stock up on ciggies. Yeah, well, if you like, the Aboriginals used to hunt very effectively by just burning a place out. So, and then they'd move on, pick up the cooked goodies in its wake. But I guess it's not the right conditions to do that at the moment. They did say it's raining and it's a bit moist. I think the issue is data scraping. The more AI scrapes the internet, which includes other AI, the worse it will be at law. I think Freeman has a better grasp than ChatGPT. Well, Freeman probably does. That's what you find with some of these people in their little niche area. They're actually quite well versed in law, like especially if he's sued the Premier for treason. He's probably got a decent understanding of the legal system as a sovereign individual, of course. Isn't that how they have caught most in the past? Or hang around the local trailer park, etc. They don't stay in the bush forever. No way. Like, are you legit? Like, also starting a fire may signal his location. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. You could just wait for him to like try and start a fire, cook some food or something like that. But like, I reckon he's got a setup. He must have a setup. I reckon he's the type that would have been planning for this event. Like, he might have just been waiting for them anyway and wanted to go down in this fashion and become famous for this. So like, he might have set this up, because the original charge on him, why they had a warrant out for him, because he had it was child abuse. It was a child abuse situation, I'm pretty sure. Now, talking about all the problems with AI, but it has provided sources here. So, we can check the sources. I know Wikipedia is one of them. The Australian, at least, is... So, wait, let's see where it was. Where did it say that? Okay, the officers were from the Sexual Offences and Child Abuse Investigations Unit, and to execute a warrant relating to the alleged historical child sexual abuse. That was what the warrant was for. So, this is a very unsavory character in many ways, by the sounds of it. Yeah, I'm legit. If they hide, they hide well. Yes, but legit as in the way that a lot of these people get caught is they go to the servo for ciggies and then someone picks them up buying some Marlboros or something like that. That's pretty crazy. Hey, man, I just want some cigarettes. God damn it. He was preparing to fight. I reckon he was. CC. Oh, you got CC'd? Damn. So I didn't bother putting this in the stream chat and decided to go straight on CC, but so I think the situation with guns is absolutely fucked in America, but I'm thinking JF, you make a gun culture revolutionary. If you use that culture to harbor anti-capitalist revolutions, regardless of that entail broadly, do you think that that's a good thing or a bad thing? Mystery. I gave head of revolutionary groups in the US arming themselves to counter the MAGA and the US in general, and its gun culture and what it's used for. What do you think, Mystery? If I think I understand your question correctly, and like correct me if I'm wrong, please, there is a difference, a massive difference in culture between us and the US. And I think that is something that is just hard to imagine unless you have grown up with a culture of guns. And so, like, I can only speak from my own experience, but when I was in the US and visiting friends in Texas, I went to someone's house and they figured out that I was Australian. They took me to one of their friends' house and they figured out like I was the Australian guy, this foreigner sitting in the lounge room. And they knew I had absolutely no contact with weapons at that point, or guns. I'd never touched one actually in my life at that point. So they brought out some fancy handgun and then like an actual like automatic weapon. And like, they just, obviously they're very comfortable with it. And they just like threw it on the couch, and like threw it on the couch next to me. And like my understanding of guns is very limited, and so like I just thought if you drop these things they can go off, and so like I was like like kind of thing. So like I was just generally scared because my cultural upbringing with guns is a culture where these things are dangerous. They are designed to kill people, and so these people have grown up with them though, so they believe it's like driving a car. A car can be dangerous and you can kill people, but if you've grown up with it, you know how to use it, then like, you can be a responsible user of that. And then it's actually part of your cultural makeup. Culture is such an important factor. It's a huge factor. And so if you have people that are arming themselves in the US, and this is a continuation, I believe this is why you're talking about this, Wings of Jesus. This is a continuation of me and Cheese Swiss discussion yesterday in the stream. Massive talking point. If you have people in the US that are ideologically aligned with right-wing attitudes, and they are arming themselves to fight against everyone, not just the state, but against their political rivals, then it makes sense to have people also in the US that are left-wing and politically contrary to those other persons arming themselves too, because that makes sense. If they are arming themselves, then you would arm yourselves just in case. You never know if that situation would arise when you would need to protect yourself. But in Australia, I think the chances of armed groups physically asserting their dominance over armed groups that are not politically aligned with them is very reduced. From my understanding, it really is only criminal organizations that can get themselves arms in this country. It's not really a matter of, oh, look, I'm a Marxist, so I carry a gun. And so, yeah, groups like that exist, like Antifa in the US, and they ideologically arm themselves because they believe they have to protect their political expression. It's an extension of their political expression. Now, in a country like Australia, where we have actually restricted gun use to the point where it's culturally not something that people are broadly used to. Again, I would say that most people in Australia would not have had exposure to a firearm, and culturally they wouldn't know how to use it, wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. They honestly wouldn't know what to do with a gun. I honestly did not know what to do with that thing when they threw it at me on the couch. They all had a good laugh and they said, look, it's not loaded anyway, stop being a baby. And so like we all had a good laugh, like I still didn't want to touch it, but it was not something that I was used to. So if we're talking about arming people that really don't know what they're doing, you're going to have to train them as well. And that's where people go from just being a culture who are expressing themselves politically to like basically you having to train an armed militia. So what we're talking about here is whether or not we should have private militias in our country. And, I don't think most governments around the world would accept their forming private militias, people forming their own private militias, because that is the state's territory. They have a monopoly over the use of violence, and they have a monopoly over the control of violence, and people shouldn't be taking matters into their own hands and basically producing private armies. So in Australia, I think you would have to actually have a lot of training surrounding your gun culture as well to bring people up to speed culturally to be able to, I don't know, have a culture where people can protect their rights and arm themselves appropriately. It is an interesting situation, and it's a definite cultural difference between America and Australia, as an example. They are, I believe, the Americans are definitely a warrior culture. It's in their spirit. It's enshrined in their history and their documentation. They fought for their liberty. It is what defines them. Australia, I guess, and whether you think this is a joke or not, Western or Anglo-Australia anyway is defined by its convict stock. And so its liberation from the great imperial oppressor is more tied to the fact that we were able to gain our independence and autonomy because we demonstrated that we were able to be autonomous. We became independent economically, and there was a few historical events that really wedged that into happening in practice. Like we basically went into like a world war, and the English were like, sorry, you're on your own now. And so we had to basically come of age, I would say. And so like they're two different cultural narratives that define our countries and our relationships with firearms and, you know, protecting our rights through physical force and through violence. Now, the one other thing, and like I've brought this issue up before, and no one really has a broad and overarching response to this when it comes to supporting why people should be armed as revolutionaries. But when someone like Karl Marx had said that, when people that thought about the Second Amendment were talking about people having the right to bear arms, and they should have arms because they need to fight against the state, those people were talking about these things upwards of 150 to 200 years ago, and people were autonomous. If you were a Minuteman, if you joined a private militia because you thought that the state was going to come down on you because they were tyrannical, you had a localized economy that fed that. You got your arms, you got your gunpowder, you probably pressed your own bullets and you made your own ammunition. You probably had a gun that was handed down to you by your father and their father and all that sort of stuff. There was a localized and independent economy built around the fact that you could supply and arm yourself. That is not the case today. There is a enormous, monopolistic, and capitalist-driven industry, which is arms manufacturing. And I don't think for a second we should discount, if we're going to do some truly Marxist analysis of capitalism here, I do not think that you can discount fully for a second the persuasion of the consumer production mindset, the psyche that comes with being a producer and a consumer in a capitalistic society. They are in constant dialectical relationship. And when arms manufacturers produce guns, and they do so without fully understanding that there is a market demand, a real demand for their guns, they do have tactics, whether that be marketing or other ways of persuasion, to get people to buy their weapons. And so whether that's distilling doomerism, or like, you know, talking about the end of the world coming, or talking about some social upheaval, talking about the end of the American empire, like talking about divisive identity politics, which makes people want to go into camps where they buy guns so they can shoot each other just in case there is some type of civil war that's coming. I think the arms manufacturing industry is incredibly sophisticated when it comes to its propaganda and splitting people into camps that want to buy weapons and kill each other. I think they are incredibly sophisticated in their powers of persuasion to get people to consume the stuff that they are producing en masse. That's the one thing about a capitalistic society. It is production for the sake of production purposes. They want to build weapons. They want to produce weapons because they want to sell it to you. And if you buy it because you think that you're going to start the next revolution, or if you think you're going to fight against an evil government, or there's a zombie apocalypse coming, fucking who cares? It's all the same to them as long as you buy their shit. Now, I would, and this is unequivocal, I would completely support an armed citizenry if they were all had locally produced arms, if they were producing their own weapons and had full control over that industry, i.e., they owned the means of production. They owned the means of production. It was socialized and they had it. They were controlling it, not being controlled by it through some weird psyop or perception relation of being in a market-driven society. Then, like, you know, you wouldn't even have to ask me the question. I'd be like, fucking arm yourselves. Go for it. Go for it. You have full control over this weaponry. No one can hold it against you. No one can manipulate you, and no one can control your mind. And you are fully in control of this weaponry. But until that really happens, all I can say really is I am very skeptical of people arming themselves as a result of some capitalist over there being like, hey, check out this new weapon. It'll save you when it matters. Like, kind of thing. I'm just concerned when people don't have full control over this. Because the real argument about arming yourself is about that. It's about you having the power to control your own sovereignty, like Freeman. This is why Freeman is a really interesting example. And I said it at the start of the stream. For all intents and purposes, take away the fancy right-wing rhetoric out of, I'm a sovereign individual. He's a fucking anarchist. That's what he is. It's that they are too proud, these right-wing people, way too proud to be like associating with fucking dirty socialists and commies and anarchists and stuff like that. So they'll never say it. That's all he is. It's just he's coming at it from the other side of the fence. But like, he is looking for his own autonomy. And so like, if weapons grant you that autonomy, then I'm all for it. I just don't believe in the market system. I think people get manipulated into wanting consumer goods, even if they don't really need them. But they are told that they need them. It's your freedom. It's your right. Hey, protect your kids. Are you worried about, you know, your kids getting shot up at school? Well, then buy a gun. And like, if you are lucky enough to be there, then you can shoot that person and then you can save some lives. And I don't like to turn to the market for an answer. So if someone has a way of arming the masses, which is off the market, like, go and look at the history of Che Guevara in Cuba. Fucking incredible. What they were doing in the mountains, making their own weapons. Like, don't get me wrong, they had support. They had people that were supplying them, and they took stuff with them from Mexico. But like, you know what they did when they got there, and they lost most of their shit because it was a failed attempt when they started their insurrection. It was a failed attempt. They landed in the wrong place. They got thrown off the ship. They were separated, and they had to start fighting in the jungles in Cuba, and like, battle by battle, every time they clawed the smallest victory off the Batista regime, like the smallest victory, they fucking took their weapons. They stole their weapons. They built their own ammo supplies. They made their own stuff. I'm pretty sure they made their own grenade launchers. Now, I know that's not easy. I know that's an incredibly big ask. That's a massive ask. But they completely controlled that situation. They weren't relying on anyone else. They weren't calling up a government on the other side of the world and being like, can you arm us? Can you help us do this? And I know things have changed a lot since the 1960s. Things have changed so much since the 1960s. Obviously, things are way more sophisticated and complex now in terms of the weaponry. But like, case in point, look at Freeman. This is one dude in the bush and they can't catch him. They can't catch the motherfucker. Why can't they catch him? With all the sophisticated technology they have special operations team, they have the best gear that is available in the 21st century. They haven't been able to catch this guy yet. I would not underestimate the keen ability of a bunch of revolutionary forces, guerrilla fighters, or people that do fight in the bush, in thick jungle, and have control over their own resourcing. They seem to be able to do things quite well and like withstand things quite well. Don't get me wrong, the machine of suppression will usually come and get them, but there is a lot to say for being autonomous and being able to produce your own stuff. I know that was a massive rant, but I think that covers part of what you were saying or what you were asking, Wings of Cheese. I think that's what you were talking about. Massive rant though. And that's why this guy is such an interesting character. Like, where do you really sit? Like, you could argue that he's obviously bad. Like, you know, he's apparently, you know, the warrant against him is for child abuse. Like, what a douchebag. Like, lowest of the low. Then he pops two people in cold blood. Let's not just think of them as police officers here. They are from a child investigations unit. They're probably not your usual pigs. But he's killed people in cold blood. This guy is fucking, you know, but he's also, you know, thinks that he should have rights over his own sovereign self. And he doesn't recognize Australian law. He doesn't recognize the state. Like, these are all attributes of radical and radical ideology, like politics, which you would expect to be rebellious and anti-capitalist. Yeah, who cares about this? The claims of some capitalistic state authority. Why do they have any authority over me? Why do they have any authority over anything? Should they have any authority over us? It's an interesting dilemma. It's a very interesting dilemmas. 85. I wonder if he's here. I've finally been able to use his name in context. Gatling guns was invented to save lives. More powerful weapons means we can send less people to war, so we lose less soldiers. Yeah, that's what they keep on saying about drones, right? Hey, don't worry about it. We don't have to send soldiers in anymore. We'll just send in armies and armies of drones. And like, who are they going to kill? Other drones? They're going to kill people. I can't believe I got censored for that. All right, so I've missed a bit in the chat there. But yeah, yo, 4AS is in the house. What's up? Give up the rock. What is not Rail's demand for all of their adversaries? They must disarm, therefore unable to protect themselves from the tyranny of Zionism. Yeah, and it's a complex situation. Look, their cultural circumstances, Jack, I agree. They should be arming themselves because they've got people that are armed and are threatening them. So, like, what do you do there? You have to take a pragmatic approach to that. I get it. I know Antifa isn't a group, but yeah. Reality Pixel, the armed forces seems to be the only place where people get combat training in Australia. Most of us don't really care about guns. I think it's a cultural thing now because of how long we've been away from that entire industry. 4AS, what's up? Matt Bond's in the house too. Morning, how you going? Give up your bear arms. It's the right to bear arms. How could anybody possibly misconstrue that? It's bear arms. I love bear arms. Morning. 4AS, damn. Yeah, Reality Pixel Media, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. How could people misunderstand bear arms? Wild conversation. It's good though. Back being off the grid. Poor choice of words, reality. We are talking about Freeman being in hiding. Bad guy with gun is countered with good guy with gun argument. Yeah. Well, a lot of revolutions use mass-produced stuff, like, for example, from the Soviet Union, but that's a whole other conversation. Yeah, that's a good point as well. And like they were a real revolutionary organization and outfit, especially while Lenin was still alive. They were arming revolutionaries all around the place. They were actually waiting for the Germans to pick up, and the Germans dropped the ball on that one. But yes, they did. And so were the Chinese. Like Mao sent money and support out to revolutionaries all around the third world, people that were non-aligned with the two great powers at war with each other. And so, like, yeah, if it's coming from a place that is manufacturing not for market's sake, but for arming revolutionaries, then that's just as good. I don't think the US would have as much gun violence if we didn't live in a capitalistic cesspool that breeds the hate that leads to people wanting to commit gun violence and mass murders. I think that's a massive issue. I think, like, honestly, I really think that a lot of the fucking political problems and the disharmony is produced by these arms manufacturers. That's why there's this imminent feeling of the apocalypse, while there's zombie apocalypse stuff and people doomsday preppers and all of this stuff, because it feeds an entire industry. You got people that make bunkers and make special weapons and like supplies and all this sort of stuff. It's an industry at the end of the day. Things come from the market first. They don't come exactly because there isn't a dire need for this stuff. And I do think, I agree. I think the capitalistic nature breeds the hate between groups that drives up arms sales. And, you know, it's profitable. That school shooting yesterday that we were discussing, man, very profitable. Look at that company. What a sinister organization that was. What Campus Guardian Angel. Just the name is sickening. And like their business model is to promote, by extension, their business model is to promote school shootings. They lose out if school shootings stop. So if you look at who they lobby, they wouldn't be lobbying people that want to get rid of guns, because there goes their entire business model. The overarching barrier is, why would you expect your oppressor to give you access to the tools of your own liberation? They control the means, the regulation, and the oversight. Improvised devices, more common, not precision weapons, roadside bombs, etc. being examples. Yes, and they've been used a lot in the modern era of warfare. And like, look at how much problems they caused. Like the reason why no one touches, or traditionally no one went into Afghanistan, because it was a difficult place, hard terrain, and like the people kind of, they were stubborn. And like, look at all the problems the Americans had in Afghanistan with people improvising their own weaponry and things like that. Cultural differences. These people were fighting in a different style, and they put up a lot of resistance, and they had to pull out in the end. And like, that was a military complex decision, I believe. Reagan wanted to get in there and decided to meet the Soviet Union where it was. And so he started that trajectory of going after Soviet Union targets. So the commies went out of Afghanistan, the Americans moved in, and, you know, think of all the billions of dollars from the military industrial complex over that time, hundreds of billions of dollars the value was taken over to Afghanistan and destroyed to keep the capitalistic machine going. Did you hear Trump has his sights set on Lockheed Martin and Palantir type companies for his take 10 to 15% ownership thing? He's been talking about it last week. Yes, I have heard about something that he's using Lockheed Martin for. Can you have to expand, or can you drop something in the stream chat for me to have a look at? Oh, the stream chat's on as well. Yo. What have I missed? What are we talking about? I have got 2 arms. Everybody has arms, man. Yeah. I try to shift messages, Squeeb, but freedom culture is great, but people tie it to different things. Yes, I think of France, where freedom is expressed through protests, underage drinking and smoking, and forced lunch breaks. But in America, it's tied to owning more guns and fireworks. That's pretty broad stereotype, Squeeb. Yeah, 10,000%. But we on stream and doing that very thing about America and freedom culture. I also lived in France for a while. With a French wife, but didn't personally grow up in French culture. So we can only really talk about the culture that we're part of. So I can talk to Australia, but it's hard to say, should people be armed is an American freedom concept that is foreign to Australian freedom culture. Roundabout way of saying can't comment on guns in American freedom culture, but in Australia, the two are completely separate topics with no overlap. And it's been produced that way. It's been structured that way, and it's become a cultural phenomenon as a result of that. And like it's hard to translate these conversations, but like I would say, 150 years ago in Marx's time, 250 years ago at the founding of the United States, like they would have definitely had control over the means of production. They would have had localized economies that produced weapons for their local communities. And so they would have really had an attachment to that thing. I think we have been alienated from any type of real ownership of the means of production or real value and cultural attachment to having arms, to having weapons. And that was supposedly that was part of the social contract, right? Okay, you state, you get to have the right to, encroach on some of our freedoms. We give you jurisdiction and authority to, enforce the law and, make the streets peaceful for us to walk on and trade on, or like public places peaceable to trade and, to run the economy. But like, in return, you have to do the right thing. And so like, if you start oppressing us, then we have the right to rebel. And so the argument is like, how can you rebel against a state machine that is heavily armed unless you have those arms? So you got to have control over that weaponry yourself. My dad makes all of his own ammo. Fuck, that's mental. Really? Like the casing, gets the casing, or like everything. Well, this is crazy. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think Australians have any concept of this stuff. Like, we like to say things, like some people would like to, think that we should own all of this and like, bring it in as part of our culture. But there's some cultural elements that have just been running through American society for so long. It's ingrained. I can't believe he makes ammo. It's mental. I think that's one of the genius things Howard did. He disarmed everyone, then butchered the functions of government. So by the time you realized it and became angry, you had no power to do anything. Yeah, well, he definitely butchered the functions of government. Hey, that was his neoliberal legacy right there. Definitely knew how to starve the beast, and definitely knew how to change Australian culture. Hey, he knew how to control a conversation incredibly. I dislike Howard, don't get me wrong. Yeah, but like, credit where credit's due. He was one savvy political leader. He knew how to literally encapsulate the entire nation's sentiment, and all on very flimsy grounds, like being anti-migration, basically. Hey, they come in here in boats, and we got to stop them. And he controlled Australian policy and decision making forever. And he did that by tying it to Australian culture. He was like, hey, you don't want these people here. They're not even coming here legally. Hey, they didn't even come by a plane. And he was able to use that to get popular, like mass control over the political system at the federal level, and then do whatever he wanted to. Any policy, it was okay. He even promised he wouldn't make changes to like GST or do anything like that. And he was able to get away with murder because he tapped into our cultural, what's the word? Our cultural sensitivities, potentially, I guess you could say, our sensitivities. He played to that anyway. He was ruthless. He changed the soul of the middle class so thoroughly that it's impossible to have reasonable discussion. Community doesn't exist anymore. It's just, fuck you, Jack. I got mine. And that's why I say he is the embodiment of the Australian neoliberal. That is exactly what the Iron Lady was doing in the UK. It was destroy. There is no such thing as society. Only the individual. Fuck you, Jack. I got mine. That's a good line. I like that. All right. We are fucking way off course here. But I hope you don't mind the tangent, actually. So I hope that was actually your question, Wings of Cheese. I hope that it kind of answers your question to a certain extent. Let me know if it's still on the money. Let us let the old lady finish, shall we? Like, she's living it right now in fear. Like, how would you feel? Like, honestly, if you don't have a gun, right? And like, you want to go out and, you know, take the bins down to the extensive driveway you have living in a rural property. You know, you have to take it like 100 meters down the road just to get the bins collected. And like, you know, at any time, Freeman could pop his head up. Maybe he's hiding in the bins, actually. It would be scary. For a Rome Total War streamer, we are significantly off topic. Hey, we're not up to Rome Total War yet. Right, 4AS. We'll get there, brother. We'll get there. I got owned yesterday in fucking Rome Total War. I got absolutely pwned, bro. Twice. Believe it. I got much learning to do. I've forgotten how this game works. Shit scared. I think that's how most of us city slickers would feel. Yeah, I guess. But still, you know, fuck. Just in case. Be careful going outside.
You know, I know he's got to be careful that he's not seen, but there's still a lot of bush where he can stay covered.
A command centre has been set up at a local winery where police and other emergency services have been coming and going all week. This individual, Dezi Freeman,
Yeah.
did you know him?
No, didn't. Haven't even seen him. Don't even know his face. Didn't even recognise him.
Every few hours, the people in this area are receiving text messages from Victoria Police informing them that the search continues and advising them to stay inside and lock their doors. Tourists like Purba Sherpa and Sunil Ariel are leaving the area after hearing the news of the manhunt and receiving the text messages. How is this situation making you feel?
It's a little bit afraid because we never heard this kind of news before. We got some message from Victoria Police every day. This is third time now. We got just some minute ago. We are a little bit afraid to be here.
What will you do next?
What are they
Next,
doing?
we go home.
Are these guys just walking along the roadside? Are they hitchhikers? I was like, what are they doing out there? They're just running down the street. That's where they go on holidays. Eh? Somewhere in rural Victoria. Let's just go for a walk. Command centre at a local winery? Sounds like our tax dollars are being spent on public service. That's what I was wondering. I was like, how is that winery like scraping it like together with this one? Right? They're doing well. I don't know what business is like in the winter months at the old winery. Probably not many grapes being grown. But now you have an operations centre, eh? Sorry, is anyone going to get the tab? Anyone? Hide your kids, kid your wife, and hide your husband. All right,
Leaving because of the situation?
Yeah, exactly.
For those remaining in the area, there is little to do but stay indoors and wait.
I think we're all going to, be looking over our shoulders and worrying, for a while, because you don't think anything like that can happen here.
Does life feel like it's able to continue in Paulpunka as normal right now?
Not for a while, I don't think. I think everyone's going to be the same. I think we're all going to, be looking over our shoulders and worrying, for a while. We're all scared and, we've all got to stay watching and be careful. You know, just be careful and do what we're told. Stay inside.
Interesting. Let's have a chat with one of his friends. Let's see what this guy's like. We'll get into an insight into what it's like to being a sovereign
Meanwhile,
individual.
of course, all eyes remain on Victoria. Friend
Us, he's Samantha Butler is track this
Samantha the shoot.
Actually under
Oh, here he is.
investigation. Hi, my name is Fabio and I'm one of the residents of the property actually under investigation. I have a compelled need to say something because we are all under shock and we want to protect our privacy.
Fabio Zambelli knows Dezi Freeman and his family better than most. He's currently looking after Dezi's wife Marley and the couple's 3 children at an undisclosed location.
How difficult has this been for them?
For them, terribly difficult. And we are all knowing that this is only the beginning of the curve.
Fabio has been living with the alleged gunman and his family at the Popunka property for some time.
To me, Marley, her family and Dezi have always been kind to me.
Can you tell us how many people live on the property?
Let's say that it's not only me and the owners and Marley's family.
Fabio wasn't at the property on Tuesday morning when police arrived to execute a warrant for historic sex offences against a child. Freeman allegedly ambushed police, killing Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Devat, and wounding another detective.
Do you know how he felt about the police?
I don't know anything.
Was he fearful of them?
If you see me not responding, I want you to respect my thing, not because I have the answer, just because I'm not Dezi, I'm not Marley.
He says since Dezi Freeman fled into the bush, no one has had any contact with him.
Are you hopeful that Dezi will be found alive?
Sure, because of course the police has to show professionalism in this approach, and by taking him alive will allow us to have a better understanding of all the situation.
Does he have...
It's pretty well spoken, this guy, actually. It's a pretty balanced opinion. Far out. Now, what I want to know is what the fuck is going on in this property? What does he mean he can't tell you whether there's other people living here? How many people can live on one property like this? Like, I understand there's a lot of room on a rural property, but there are planning rules about how many people can just hang out. And so if there's already people in a house somewhere, one family, he's got another family and they're living out of a bus, like, this is a very strange situation from a local government perspective. Can I just say, is this like a compound or something like that? A compound of families living together, sovereign citizens. Maybe they're off the grid. We know a few people that like to go off the grid. Maybe you can talk about that one. Hey, I know I've got people in here that like to go bush. So maybe that's what's going on here. To be fair, probably a good location. They tend to be secure, all things considered. Wide open fields surrounding a building, winter season, so few grapes, little area to hide. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad point. That's like, there's no cover there, right? It'd be pretty audacious for him to go after the operations center, though. He knows he does, right? He knows a lot of stuff. Hey, they would have interrogated him for sure by now, for sure. You'd have to. Yeah, but how stringent do you think they are about those rules? Look, again, with my experience with government, like, it doesn't take long to figure this stuff out. And you normally get dobbed in by neighbors, actually. Like, look at the woman they were interviewing before. Like, if she knew there were like 10 families living in buses on a rural property somewhere, like, they'd dob them in for sure. Like, she didn't even know who they were. So, like, it's not like they all have some tight community where they all hang out together at the local pub. A lot of the time you actually get notified by this, especially in rural areas, because all these people are like, they're upset what their neighbors are doing, living out of buses. And like, that's weird. They're living out of a bus. You don't normally hear that, actually. That's a strange scenario. A cult? It's not the first time in a rural area where you have a compound style living arrangement. How many other people are living there? That's strange, right? thought it was just him living in a bus. But he's got a family, and there are other families there too. And Fabio, eh? What's going on there? Sick name though.
Have the skills to survive out there in the
Sure,
bush?
he's a professional, resilient bushman.
We're focused on our purpose, to apprehend the offender and bring him before the courts.
While the hunt for the accused gunman continues, Fabio is desperate to access the place he calls home, which remains a crime scene.
There's a woman under shock. There are 2 animals, 2 cats in the property, and medications to be taken. We are not allowed to enter the premises, which I agree with. But if someone can feed our animals, even better, take one of the animals to us. They belong to the wife and the kids, and psychologically, that will help a lot. Cops should have this professional approach. I'm not judging them, but upon deploying their troops, which is great, I think they're losing what is the secondary mission of theirs, preventing people to have mental problems.
How concerned are you about the mental health of Dezi's wife, Marley?
Too much. I'm not here to judge her, because otherwise I will lose the path of my concentration. But there's a woman and kids under high stress.
Police are adamant they won't rest until the gunman is found, dead or alive.
What would your message be to Dezi?
Giving up, surrender, pick up the word you prefer is the best way to handle the situation. To Dezi, do the right thing for your family.
Fair enough. Fair call, mate. Just do the right thing. I don't know, would you hand yourself in after doing that? Would you hand yourself in? All right, let's see what the Sydney Morning Herald has to say about this. I wonder if I get picked up by this or not. Yeah, true, nosy neighbours are such an
On
odd
August
concept.
26th.
Yeah, they can't help themselves, man. Honestly, this dude seems pretty switched on. He's very careful with his answers. Maybe not a fan of mainstream media, huh? Yeah, yeah, right? It's a fucking compound. They live on a compound. This is a cult. And they do things in buses. That living in a bus is very common in rural Queensland. Oh, okay. Fair enough then. I stand corrected. I've only seen people living in like converted shipping containers and demountables. I haven't really seen... I've seen someone living in an old train carriage. I haven't seen the bus one yet though. That's interesting. There you go. Well, they've got a setup. A massive setup. And again, my understanding, I know Victorian planning law is very different, but my understanding of planning law in New South Wales is you really have to have some pretty decent setups if you're going to have multiple people living in such a decentralized area like a rural arrangement, especially in thick bush. I'm sure they would have the same bushfire regulations in New South Wales as they do in Victoria, or very similar ones. It's hard to put multiple families in such an intense fire zone. I know the rural fire services hate that stuff. Rural Victoria, sovereign citizen cult. I can see the Sun Herald's title right now. Very funny.
2025, tragedy struck in Victoria's high country. 10 police officers arrived at a property near Popunka to execute a search warrant. As they heard was of a massive man.
Okay, this is the guy.
So, who is Dezi Freeman?
I got him. Make some get up on me, mate. Because I stood up to them.
Born Desmond Christopher Philby, Freeman had been living with his wife and 2 children on a bus.
There it is. So maybe they're all just living in the same residence. Like that happens everywhere. Illegal boarding houses where you have like lots of people living under one roof. Again, illegal, but it's very, very common. I wonder how many families must live in here.
In a 50-hectare property near Popunka, had been living with his wife and 2 children on a bus in a 50-hectare property near Popunka. Freeman grew up in the eastern Melbourne suburb of Glen Waverley before moving with his siblings to the Victorian border town of Wodonga in 1977. He has lived in Popunka for many years. A local business owner recalled Freeman often coming into his store to pick up mail, describing him as a quiet, reserved man who was always polite. Freeman came to public attention in 2018 when he appeared on A Current Affair after a dispute with neighbours over noise and dirt bikes.
It is full-out war, and they are the instigators of it.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, he emerged as a prominent voice in anti-government circles, often described as a radicalised conspiracy theorist whose increasing erratic behaviour raised concerns.
Police marched Dezi Freeman to the police station as crowds of supporters swarmed around him.
Defend me, guys. We outnumber these scum. We have the right of self-defence against these terrorist criminals.
We have the right of self-defence against these criminal filth. What he said. Let me hear that again.
Crowds of supporters swarmed around him.
Defend me, guys. We outnumber these scum. We have the right of self-defence against these terrorist criminals.
Freeman self-identifies as a sovereign citizen, a movement that rejects government authority. He has a long history of clashes with police.
Yeah, this is where it gets me.
Yeah. What's your name? What's your name? Dezi Freeman.
It gets me. This is not a new thing. This is not a movement, okay? Like, come on. Hating on the state is not a new thing. I really hate how they undermine the conversation by like giving people that appear to be, you know, a bit extreme. Like, oh wow, look at these guys. They're associated with some type of idea which is anti-state. Come on. It's not new, man. Don't make it out like there's some actual outsider ideologies, fringe believers in some warped perception of the world. This is very ingrained in modern society, this stuff. Unfortunately, it's just been well stamped out, I would say. The culture has been forgotten.
Dezi Freeman. What's your name, mate? Dezi Freeman.
While trying to clear his name, Freeman labelled officers Gestapo and terrorist thugs.
Everyone knows that these scumbags are butthurt because they're obsessed with power.
He once attempted to arrest a magistrate during court proceedings. His opposition to authority has been expressed with intensity. In one court hearing, he compared the sight of a police officer like an Auschwitz survivor seeing a Nazi soldier. Throughout his life, he faced numerous legal battles, from minor driving...
He wears body cams. Far out. The anarcho movement is not new, but the idea of superseding state law with a common law with little logical basis is a relatively new thing. Interesting. RE, the sovereign citizen ideology. The idea of superseding state law with common law, with a logical basis, is a relatively new thing. Now, well, look, there's many ways to skin a cat, isn't there? And that's where they really argue over all these separate forms of ideology. They'll argue over how to do it, but the overarching objective is the same: individual freedom. I think he would have been left alone if he wasn't anti-government. Yeah. Well, he's very outspoken, isn't he? Very outspoken. He doesn't mind being in the limelight, it would seem.
Offences to breaching a personal safety intervention order, some of which were later dropped. Locals have described him as quiet and intelligent, while others say he is a dangerous radical whose ideology may have fueled this violence.
Dezi Freeman, also known as Philby, a 56-year-old local who is heavily armed, is still at large. I can assure everyone that we are pouring every resource into this search for this person. We must find him.
One neighbour said he is a devout Christian and a loving father who homeschooled his children, describing him as knowledgeable about the law, yet relentlessly opposed to authority. As the manhunt continues in the rugged bushland, Freeman's experience living off-grid has been acknowledged by police.
He knows that area, even though we have experts in the area, he will know that area better than us.
Suggesting he could survive for an extended period. He is heavily armed and skilled in bushcraft, with an intimate knowledge of the terrain.
All right, let's get philosophical. You've already started, Liam. but let's do it. True, but I mean, their conception of common law is a law of the people, decided by consensus. That's exactly how state law comes about. Common law in courts gets codified into statute. It's odd, in my opinion. Sorry, their conception of common law is a law of the people, decided by consensus. Okay, that's exactly how state law comes about. Common law in courts gets codified into statute. Yeah. But like their conception is different to that. It's the idea of what? Consensus, law of the people. That's just direct democracy, really. But like consensus is even more. Like consensus is a direct term. When they say, if this is their concept, that they believe in consensus, that's everybody has to agree on that. You don't get consensus unless you have everybody coming to the table. It's the very difficult way to run a society. It's not the way you do that in a market society when you need to, march towards the profit margin. You don't stop for consensus. That's for sure. All right, let's ask the research assistant on this one. I think I had an article from the BBC that I wanted to read from years ago about these people, where they started popping up, these sovereign citizens, sovereign individuals. Where's my notes? What is a sovereign citizen? Yeah, let's check out what the BBC has to say about this. What is a sovereign citizen? A growing movement of people who believe that laws do not apply to them threatens police and law enforcement around the world, experts and officials say. Fucking social media, I'm telling you, it's the worst. Look at these people, taking the law into their own hands. Some also believe in more God-driven law or natural law. Well, they did say the allegation was there. He's Christian and homeschooled his kids too. It's like, well, that's dedication, man. Far out. That requires a lot of discipline on everyone's behalf. So-called sovereign citizens believe they are immune from government rules and in some cases, including recently in Australia and the US, have violently confronted police. Oh my God. Who are sovereign citizens? The FBI has described the movement, which lacks any organizational structure, as domestic terrorism in the US and calls followers anti-government extremists who believe that even though they physically reside in this country, they are separate or sovereign from the United States. Isn't that how the Amish work? Do they believe, or wait, maybe they just don't integrate into society? I don't think they claim their own sovereign, right? That's why it's hard to pin down. Yes, sovereign citizen ideology. There are as many branches as there are Linux forks. The ideology hatched in the 70s. Yeah, okay. Grew out of Posse Comitatus, as US anti-government group that contained many followers who were anti-Semitic and believed in the governments were controlled by. See, this is just the state. I think this is state propaganda, this story, that if you really want to slam down a movement as being radical or something like that, you just say it's anti-Semitic and you believe that the government's controlled by Jews, and then everyone's skeptical straight away. They're just like, okay. They just believe the world's run by Jews. They're just crazies. They're all crazies. This rose to prominence in the 1990s alongside with the militia movement, says Mark Pitcavaj, a researcher of the Anti-Defamation League who has followed the movement over 20 years. The late 1990s, the ideology reached Canada through anti-tax groups before later. It traverses so much stuff. It's so broad. Anti-tax, it's just anti-state everything. Before later going to Australia and the UK and Ireland. It's going everywhere. In Australia, police this week attributed a dangerous rise in people resisting lockdown orders, sometimes violently, to a sovereign citizen movement. Again, look, do we live in a liberal society or not? If people do not believe they should be restricted in their presence in the public domain, it's a hard slog arguing against that. It's really a hard slog arguing against that. I'm not saying that they need to be violent, but them not being restricted to move in a public space, they're human rights. They're basic and fundamental human rights. The right of assembly. That's the point of it. So the government can't tell you to go home and move along. Analysis by Mike Wending, editor, BBC Anti-Disinformation Unit. Fuck, I hate that word. Sovereign citizens and anti-government groups have been familiar to Americans in the 90s, but any sympathy the wider public may have towards such movements evaporated after the horrific Oklahoma attack. Now there are signs that the ideas are catching on again. The political climate is to blame, including emergency coronavirus measures and anti-police sentiment after the killing of George Floyd. See, like, how different are these issues, like emergency COVID measures and then the killing of George Floyd? Like, this captures so many different interest groups, so many look, alongside groups like the Boogaloo Boys, the 3%ers, the Proud Boys, sovereign citizens are on the fringe and often overlapping blocks who've popped up on social media and the street. Goddamn social media. Their ideas travel. When I covered the anti-lockdown protests in London in May, the first person I encountered was a man eager to tell me why the government has no legal power over him. It's a fair call. Again, unless you took a citizenship ceremony, right? Let's just be honest here. Yeah, QAnon 2.0. Yeah, but like that's... Again, this is a general sentiment in the working populations of the world, the working people of the world, the average people out there. They have these innate anti-establishment tendencies. And so they manifest on the right wing with sovereign citizens and Proud Boys sentiments and all that sort of stuff. And they manifest on the left wing of people. And then in the center as well, I'm sure everybody has an anti-establishment streak. Look, unless you took an oath on citizenship and you migrated to a new country and you took an oath, anyone who is born in a country and gets their citizenship from their birthright can easily argue that the government has no legal power over them. You could say that, like, what oath did I ever take? I was born, okay, and just lived here. I can't remember agreeing to anything. I didn't even want to be born. I didn't have a choice in that either. What do sovereign citizens believe? There are a multitude of theories that you can't pin this down. The followers believe. Experts say, cautioning that it's hard to determine the number of believers worldwide because it's not a thing. General ideology is based on the belief that the original government set up by the US founders, which most adherents refer to as common law, here you go, here it is, Liam, was slowly and secretly replaced by an illegitimate government sometime in the 1800s. Followers around the world make similar claims about their own governments or the British royal family, as in the case with Australia. Yeah, I've heard this one. They believe that there is a legal way to opt out of the current legal system that comes through filing documents and ending what they view as contracts with the government, such as driving licenses and other documents. Yeah, I've heard this stuff. Adherents are told by redemption gurus that they can use phrases which they believe have legal meaning to divorce themselves from the illegitimate government. They often print out and carry documents which they claim to prove their status. And once you do that, once you have regained your sovereignty, none of the laws, rules, taxes, court orders, or anything of the illegitimate de facto government may have any more power or justification over you whatsoever. Followers resist all government laws and regulations, no matter how trivial, and in the US often file lengthy legal battles against the government, which critics refer to as paper terrorism. Damn. They sometimes film encounters with police using phrases that they believe protect them, including, "Am I being detained?" They have occasionally set up common law courts. Here you go. And issued bogus arrest warrants for US officials. Some have been arrested with fake car registration plates they have issued to themselves or even printed their own currency, believing the dollar to be invalid. So let's have a look at this. I want to get an understanding of this better then. Now let's have a look. I'm going to ask this research assistant again. Start a new chat, shall we? Fine. Trying to understand the ideology of the sovereign citizen movement. And I refer to the following. Can you explain the concept of common law courts from this sovereign citizen ideology? These are pseudo-legal tribunals set up by sovereign citizens or groups aligned with them. They are not recognized by any legal system. Ooh, okay. Self-declared jurisdiction. That's funny. They claim their court has authority because it follows natural law or common law. There you go. There it is. Often drawing incorrectly on medieval English law or misreadings of the Magna Carta. That's crazy. They go back to the 1200s. This is interesting. Oh my God. There are plenty of body cam videos about those guys acting up. Interesting. Very interesting. They say government courts are admiralty and corporate courts. So their own versions are the only legitimate ones. You know, the funny thing is they're probably off by a few degrees, but generally they're probably onto something, these guys. Bogus documents and warrants. These courts issue fake arrest warrants, judgments, liens against public officials, judges, and police, for example. And they said that he was accused of trying to arrest a judge or a commissioner or something. For example, if a tax official comes after someone, a sovereign court might issue a warrant against the official for treason or fraud. This is crazy. They often claim to convene juries of peers. Why common law? They equate common law with ultimate individual liberty, stripped of statutes and regulation. In reality, modern courts still apply common law principles, but within statutory frameworks. Sovereigns cherry pick this history to argue that all government law is void. See, there's two very different interpretations of common law here. Common law is the law that comes through the courts and becomes precedent, I thought. And then because it becomes precedent, it gets adopted as policy and statute. And then you just have legislation, which is passed directly by elected representatives. Common law here, they're talking about law by the people, law courts executed by the people, sovereign individuals. Look, in theory, I agree with all of this stuff. I am very anarchist in my approach to people having individual freedom and not relying on the claims of the state to control everything. But like the way that these guys do it is very particular, right? So a very particular bent to it. It's obviously right wing. And what was it? What was the reference that you used before? QAnon 2.0. It's definitely like that, right? Misery, I have a goal for you. Make Friendly Geordies a sovereign citizen. He can make John Barilaro keychains again. Yeah, and he can arrest. He can do a citizen's arrest. And then we can have a common law jury. We can set up a court, right? We can set up a court and we can judge this guy. We can be the jury. We can be the executioner as well. That's funny that they harken back to the Magna Carta. That is going to the very kind of inception of modern legal systems and representation. Go straight, take it back to English law. Yeah, that's how you get to the heart of what it is to be Western. You could even take it back further, right? You could take it to Roman law. That's where a lot of our legalese, it all comes from there, and our systems. All right, we're going to leave this wild topic now, unless there's anything else that you guys want to see. But this guy is like, I just can't believe how he has evaded people for this long as well. That's pretty crazy. You really have to. The question begs if this was a real setup or not. He was ready for this. And you got to feel for his family too. The missus and the kids. What's going on there? What's going on there? All right. This one's going to be hopefully less dense and just a little bit more entertaining because it seems to be really vague. So the other topic that we're going to look at is all Australiana today. So I do apologize to the international audience if this is not your flavor, but there's some crazy stuff's going on in Australia at the moment. And we're going to be we're going to look at the March for Australia. So has anyone heard about this? Anyone come across this concept? So there is this thing going down. I don't even know how to explain it properly because, like the sovereign citizen, it is an amorphous target. There is no organizational structure here. There's no person, one institution or group that is organizing a protest. There is just all of this propaganda out there on social media that attests to the fact that people need to look out for Australia. We need to stop considering all the problems of the world, I guess, and demonstrating for other people's issues. We need to concentrate on Australia. Now, what the fuck does that mean? I think it's coded for, I guess, xenophobia, I guess you would say, to a certain extent. But like, we'll investigate it. But there is a march planned for Sunday. And it's happening across Australia in all the major cities. And isn't the guy who organized it a massive house portfolio? The irony is that has a massive house portfolio. Oh, okay. The irony is delicious. Yeah. I saw the Australian flag mask, so I'm assuming they read the Australian. But yeah, so there's a march, and it's really hard to understand what the march is about. But it happened directly after, I heard people starting to talk about it on social media, directly after the 300,000 disputed strong Palestinian march that happened over the Sydney Harbour Bridge. And then all these people were pissed off, were butthurt, I'm assuming, that people cared to march for this issue in such a significant number. I think it really upset people that so many persons turned out for this event to demonstrate their dissatisfaction with what Israel was doing and like the killing and the starvation of the Palestinian people. And so in response to that, people were like, why don't we march for Australia? Australia's pretty, the government. And I guess, I don't know. It's really hard to tell exactly what it is about exactly. And because they're saying, just come out and support Australia, bring your Australian flag and support the country. And it's non-violent. It's just expression. It's to show the government that we're not happy about what, we're not sure. But they're going to meet. Now, the thing about the one in Sydney, I don't know about other capital cities where they're planning this, is that there's a massive marathon planned for the 31st of August as well. So these people are planning to march, and they want to march over the Harbour Bridge, but that's exactly the same route as some marathon that has been planned, obviously, for a long time. So yeah, they're Holocaust. They're Holocaust. They are so many different things. These people, by the sounds of it, they are so many different things. But like they all they know is, I believe, that they want to march for Australia. So Australia is in dire needs of marching. So for all the Australians that are listening to this, these people are here to protect all of us. All of us. So let's do some research, shall we? We're going to go sit down a fucking right-wing rabbit hole too with this one. So I hope you're ready. Aussie fan channel, 17 hours ago. What Albanese is preparing will make you march for Australia. Albanese is a con man. Albanese is a criminal. Can you guys see these thumbnails? Yeah, you can. Australia for the white man. Oh, here we go. I thought it wasn't supposed to be about that. Why we are marching and why we think you should too. Stop me if you see any catchy racist or patriotic protest. Why Aussies must attend March for Australia. Man, I've never gone down this pipeline before. Wonder what my algorithm... Oh, actually, I'm not on YouTube directly. We are racist. Radical left plans to stop our march. Fuck. Where's the radical left? Get him! Hey, bastards. I don't know, where do you guys want to start with this? Unhinged. I don't know, man. This is scary territory. From taking Australia back from who exactly? It's a good question. Aussies are fighting back 35,000. This was 2 weeks ago. Let's get some context for it. Let's start with this one, maybe. March for Australia. I hope you guys are ready for this. Something is a bit fishy. It's a little bit fishy.
Something is about to happen in Australia.
The Australian Guard. Can you hear that voiceover stuff as well? You have to disguise your voice. What's going on there, buddy? Or maybe it's more hardcore. If you have your voice like that. The Australian Guard about Australia prevails, defending Australia's heritage and future. Welcome to the Australian Guard, the home of truth about Australia's history and politics. We explore Australia's rich history, political landscape, and cultural identity, standing up for tradition, sovereignty, there's that word, and national pride, with Australian nationalism and right-wing commentary. Dun, dun, dun. No, not the right wing. All right, let's have a listen. Let's have a listen. I don't think we've delved into this territory on the streams yet. We haven't gone down the right-wing pipeline yet of Australia. Have you seen the Is Not Rail propaganda trying to claim that there's plenty of food in Gaza? I know you have a VPN. They're not typically in Australian YouTube ads. Yes, right? Huh? Yeah. They don't come across very easily. They've been labeled as threats to the peace. It's very interesting. No, I haven't, but I've heard them specifically talking about this. Like Netanyahu, I've seen him speaking to people and saying things like, oh, it's actually not, they're trying to get as much food as they can into Gaza. It's actually Hamas who take the food, eat it themselves, and then try and sell the scraps back to people in Gaza. And Israel's actually not trying to starve them out at all. They've actually been trying really hard to feed them. So I have seen some of that, but that was like a few weeks ago. I saw him talking about that. He's what a character.
Something is about to happen in Australia.
Something
and
is
it
about
feels
to
like
happen.
It's been a long time coming. We've been seeing it all around the world in the UK, France, Germany, Austria, and more. But now, the first nationalistic protest has been called for Australia. The name is March for Australia, and it's apparently being organised as a 100% grassroots movement with a clear message.
Why is it so
protect
quiet?
our culture, protect our heritage, and bring it in.
Fuck, I can't turn it up anymore. That's as good as I got. Why is it so quiet? Is there an official page for this? Buy me a coffee. No, thank you. There must be an official page for this then. He just showed. Oh my God, there is. Who sponsors this? March for Australia. Here you go. Can you guys see this? March for Australia. Letterbox flyers. Register for update. Planned events. 31st. Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Perth, Adelaide, Canberra, Hobart, Darwin, Newcastle, Townsville, Cairns, and others. Sydney, Belmore Park, Haymarket. Let's check it out. What do you reckon? Should we go along? If I can get it, the day off, might have to go and like stream it and like interview people. Oh, that's where Central Station is. No way. They're going to start there. Wow. Now, I've heard from people that work at Sydney trains, they're trying to tell people to stay away from Sydney. Day off. I thought you didn't work. I don't really. But I'm going to make a living somehow, man. I definitely don't make a living from this. So I get, what's the word? Precarious employment, let's say. Very precarious. Yeah, there it is. Sounds a bit like people saying all lives matter when it's Black Lives Matter issue. Yeah, it is. It is a lot like that, actually. Misery male gigolo. That's fucking hilarious. Like I said, if I can get the day off. The P protest did as well. How awesome would it be if it have been if I was a fat 70-year-old woman named Cheryl who has a voice box of a pack-a-day smoker? Oh man. And that's why it'd be interesting to interview those people, I'd say. Our communities for our future, for Australia. We're marching. Why? Because people burn the flag, I guess. Abolish something. Silent majority is silent no more. You know where this concept came from? It came from Nixon. Nixon, the political genius that he was, came up with this idea. It's incredible. It's incredible, this idea of the silent majority out there. He was representing like middle America and the silent majority that were being left behind by politics in America. And yeah, he claimed to represent this silent majority. Here we go. 80% want lower migration. 80% of Australians want migration reduced. We're being ignored. A majority of Australians believe that their voice is being ignored. Weakened identity. Who are we as a nation when 1 in 3 people were born overseas? Our flag burning wasn't a sign. It's a symptom. We need to act now. Not the flag burning. Hey? We better sign an executive order. That's what. Would they be happy if Albo started signing executive orders? Maybe they would. Maybe they would. Why we're marching? Let's find out why. Because it doesn't make sense. Australia's future is down. For years, Australia's unity and shared values have been eroded by policies and movements that divide us. Our streets have seen growing displays of anti-Australian hatred, foreign conflicts, and disintegrated trust, while mass migration has torn at the bonds that held our communities together. This march is a stand for the people, culture, and nation that build Australia, and for our right to decide its future. No foreign flags. Like, I still don't understand what it's about, though. Like, it's just... So this is like an Australian pride march. So, like, why don't we just walk down Oxford Street, then? We'll get the rainbow flags out. We'll get the rainbow Australian flag out. There's a pink one that I know that they like to use. A pink Australian flag. I wonder if they'll let that there. That'll cop a bit of heat, I guess. Interesting. I still can't get over this like weird anonymous style video here with the warped voice. What's going on here? I need Australian flag toilet paper to get these people angry. That would be hilarious. And handing it out on camera as well. Look, you can wipe your ass with the Australian flag. Hey, you can't get any more patriotic than that. I've never been as close to my country's flag as that. I have an army of Sky News watchers trying to swarm my house. You will. You will.
And to mass immigration that is rapidly changing this country before our eyes. Today I'm going to give you all the details we know so far, why this is happening now, and why some are calling it the most important peaceful protest in years.
To support us, consider becoming a YouTube channel member or Patreon, or check out our merch, links in the description below.
For years, Australians have been watching the effects of mass immigration on housing, jobs, wages, crime, and community cohesion. We've been told by our leaders that migration drives the economy, but who actually cares, because rents are at record highs, buying a home is out of reach for an entire generation, infrastructure in our major cities is stretched to breaking point, cost of living is crazy, roads are clogged, crime rates are extremely high, and real wages have been stagnant for over a decade.
Look, they're not wrong. Real wages have been a problem. They've been relatively stagnant for a long time. These are all working class issues. Housing on the market. It's a problem. It's a big problem. I gotta admit, like, I understand that these are all working class issues. Not sure if we have the same interpretation of these factors, though. I'm not sure. I would say we probably vary in our interpretation of what this all means. Like, it is a bit rich to blame it on migrants, or blame it all on the fact that we have immigration, despite from the fact that this entire country is built on immigration. But let's not go there. Let's not go there. Hey? Immigration. These people have come here, or the culture that they're looking to defend here isn't technically an immigrant culture, but let's not go there. Let's not go there. I wonder what the comments are like on this video. But like, everyone seems to have the same problems, or the same, not the same interpretation, but a similar critique. It's the government's fault. Nah, dude, it's neoliberalism. The corporations won in the 80s to the 2000s, yeah. And they've kind of destroyed the economy. And now we're living in the results of that.
Culturally, there's a growing sense that the shared identity of Australia is being replaced with something unrecognizable. The idea of one united people bound by a common culture and heritage, that being European Christian, is being rapidly dismantled. And it's happening.
Like, rapidly dismantled again. It would seem like there is some type of general plot that is behind the changing of this European and Christian-based culture. Like, there's a plot to denigrate it. And like, is that really the case? Is there really a denigration because there's some sinister attack plan by like these migrants that have moved in like what, like not even a generation ago? How did they mastermind this from afar? It's just, it's a really unfortunate way of interpreting very similar concerns. This is the thing with working people, is they do have general anti-establishment and general critiques of the issues of society. It's just unfortunate how people interpret things, though. It's really unfortunate. Probably not a First Nation spokesperson. Seems like they're talking points of a white supremacist that hates guys. Spouting, yeah. Yeah, I know, right?
Without any consent from the majority of the population. The March for Australia appears to be a direct response to these issues and a public stand to say enough is enough. The March for Australia will take place on Sunday the 31st of August at 12 noon, nationwide in 7 major Australian cities: Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Perth, Adelaide, Canberra, and even Townsville. And the exact meeting locations for each city have not yet...
I don't know, man. I can't watch this anymore. I need more information. This guy is just killing me. This guy's killing me, man. We are racists. The radical left plans to stop our march. I'm sorry, I've got to watch this. I can't. It's too clickbaity for me. It's too click. The radical left in capitals. Fuck the radical left, bro. They're the worst. Oh, man.
Testing, testing. 1, 2. Oh, hey, guys. The left are back at it again. Calling our March for Australia racist, hateful.
Look at the guy with the Pokemon stuff in the background. It's so good. And he's got a little bluey doll there as well. Oh, fucking so good. What else has he got? What are those big head doll things called? Hey, there's another one. That's Bluey's mum, I think. That's hilarious. All right, sorry. This guy's good. This guy's good already. Hateful. I like his radical lefty impersonation. So far, so good.
March for Australia racist, hateful. You're hateful. Anyway, fuck them cunts. They always have something to complain about. Okay, news.com.au. We've got March for Australia group releases details about anti-immigration rally. Funny one, David Wu. An anti-immigration group.
Far out. Oh my god. Is it because his name is David? Is that why he didn't like him? His Pokemon plushies are secretly Aussie brown shirts. That's so good. My god. Quickly, Pikachu, come. Put your brown shirt on. We must go to the March for Australia Day rally. March for Australia rally, sorry. Whoops, what a slip that was.
Behind a planned nationwide demonstration has provided more details about why they are rallying. Earlier this month, March for Australia said protests are scheduled across the country on August 31 to demand the government end mass immigration. It claimed Australia's unity and shared values that had been eroded by policies, movements that divide us, and migration had torn at the bonds holding communities together. This march is a stand for the people, culture, and nation that built Australia, and for our right to decide its future. Its website read. So here it just shows a picture of ones in Anzac Memorial location. Big banger. The statement 65 day.
Bro, come on.
We are stronger. Cool.
Okay, here we go.
The statement continues. The majority, yet call it democracy. Yeah, facts. The statement continued. Yeah, this is where I have most of my issues. The people deciding the rules for us are academics who have gone to university and been indoctrinated. They're not your local milk bar worker or...
Who works at a milk bar anymore? Does anyone know anyone that works at a milk bar anymore? I would really like to know. This is something else, man. Ice Skate in the house. Welcome. Welcome. I trolled Steve Dickinson over his Chinese dog and Australian culture. He was a One Nation dude at one point. Oh, really? Over his Chinese dog and Australian culture? He should have had a dingo. That would have helped. Hey, academics, hey, do you see the war on ideas here? If you're an academic, wash the fuck out. You're part of the establishment, hey? I'm back. Who's on the guillotine shopping block now? Bro. Have a lava. We've gone down a bit of a rabbit hole here, I'm not going to lie. Jungle potatoes, yes, indoctrinated, not educated. We've gone on a bit of a rabbit hole here, man. We are now in the hard right pipeline for Australian politics here to try and figure out what the hell is going on the weekend for the March for Australia, the March for Australia event that's happening on Sunday across Australia, by the way. So, you know, there's still time for you to get organised and go along if you really want to. Mystery, who is this guy? Is this an Australian parody of US right-wing influencers? I don't think it's a parody, man. I don't think it's a parody. Thank you. Thank you. And they're richer because of this. Like, this is where it's at. Watch out for the fucking intellectuals as well. Like, look at this guy, 600 subscribers, but he's got 900 views. I'd be fucking happy with 900 views on a video. He's hitting a chord with the people, man. This guy knows. This guy knows. I'm gonna have to put some Pokemon in the background of my videos, and a Bluey doll or two. Why is he claiming that his movement represents the common worker or just average person, but he's using a propaganda outline that crushes workers' unions that improve the working conditions? Hey, stop it. Stop calling it out. All right? It's not supposed to make sense. It's just supposed to get you riled up and make you feel like, you know, someone's taken your job and you got to fight against them. All right, sorry, I'll let Ben Protelli. That sounds like a migrant name if you ask me. It's definitely not Anglo. Maybe he's Italiano. Eh? Wonder what that's about, right? Gotta switch political views to get more views. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing it right. Should have listened to Indoctrin Nathan and started making more secular talk content. Yes. The mistakes I've made over the years. You're right. You're right, Jack. I should have made more. What is that guy's name? Is it Kyle something? Yeah. Mr. Punchable Face. Secular talk. Perhaps you need some more dopamine filling memes inserted into your streams. Yeah. Having principles doesn't pay. No, it doesn't. Unfortunately. Not yet. Kyle, that's it. Yeah, Kyle Cunt Linsky. I want heaps of flags at the Australian March repping Aussie history. Yeah, well, man, you're in for trouble. You're in for trouble. You need counter Pokemon plushies on your desk with balaclavas and molotovs or like a red army soldier. You can flip-flop views too. It's the Australian way. Yeah, that's not a bad idea actually. I'm going to steal from his audience.
Woolies cashier. No. Bar worker. Or
sorry, anyone, milk bar? Does anyone work at a milk bar anymore?
They're not your local milk bar worker or Woolies cashier. No, the people deciding what you do are up here, and they have no idea what the rest of us want. In Bob Hawke's biography, he stated there is an implicit agreement the parties not to discuss migration. The Labour Liberal Uni Party both controlled their donors and had a 25% difference in migration intake at the last election. Same policy, different branding. It's time for change. The group went on to target one group within 100 years. This isn't a minister. According to the Unity, it equates his idea of seek to divide un-Australian. There is no place in our country for people who seek to divide and undermine our social cohesion, he said earlier this month. His idea of social cohesion must mean burning the Australian flag and promoting the Palestine rallies. We stand with...
Fucking knew it. This has happened as a result of the march across the Harbour Bridge. It's really got under some people's skin, I think. They closed the last one today. Apparently health and safety. Yes, we did a stream on it if you were there. They're worried about a Crusher event. Bro, kebab kata, Lebanese Australian. I'm sure you already went over that. No, I haven't yet. But have you seen the interview with I don't know what that guy said to him. Has anyone actually seen what the Channel 9 news guy said? I falafel for Bob Katter. He's a bit discombobulated lately. Yeah, like someone said something to him. I don't know what they said, but basically calling him out and saying, "Look, man, you're Lebanese. Why do you not believe in migration?" And he indirectly threatened to punch them in the face, which is pretty funny. You know, you don't get that from a politician anymore. That's fucking old school. If you're worried about like just changing culture, like that's where you start. The Australian politicians aren't what they used to be. They used to be savage and they'd go after each other, and they'd really have a crack too. It's going to be funny when their turnout is way smaller. Well, you know what? Like, again, that will be hilarious. Don't get me wrong. But there is a marathon apparently organized in Sydney on that day. So I don't know about other cities, but there are big public events, or there's a big public event already held. So I don't know where these people are going to go, because there's going to be lots of parts of the city, I think, blocked off. I haven't seen the Bobcatter thing. The media dude asked about his Lebanese heritage. Okay, let's have a look at it then quickly. Let's just change places just to get across this. It's related, I guess. Why not? Bobcatter unleashes. He defends his outburst. Oh, this is from a different angle. Maybe we can actually see it properly. What did this guy say? Let's go to the Sky News one, just for you, Wings of Cheese. It's all for you, bro. We're going to go straight to Sky News for this one. Just for the international audience, we have a dude who's like, he's conservative. But he's a rural conservative, and his shtick is, you know, wearing cowboy hats and stuff like that, and pretending to, you know, being hardcore, I don't know, Australian, and yeah, it's just generally xenophobic, I guess you would say. That's his platform. That's his shtick. That's how he gets his votes, and he's a migrant. Oh, he comes from migrant stock, so there's a bit of a contradiction in his like all hail the white race kind of sentiment that he promotes, which is funny. Wonder how they feel about this.
Morning at a news press conference that was happening outside Queensland Parliament. Now, the Katter's Australian Party held this press conference to endorse March for Australia rallies that are being held across the country this weekend, and also to criticise anti-related his Lebanese.
Oh, mate, don't.
Well, if you've got Lebanese heritage yourself, what would you say?
Lebanese heritage yourself? Oh, mate, don't say that, because that irritates me, and I punch blokes in the mouth for saying that. Don't you dare say that. My family have been in this country for 140 years, right? So if you say anything like that, I have, on many occasions, punched blokes in the mouth, right? So I'm restraining myself today. Don't say it. I'm not listening to you. You're out. Sorry, Bob.
So, from what we have researched here before, the Australian Lebanese community does have a kind of incremental introduction into Australia. And there were Lebanese migrants that came here in like the 1870s in a particular wave of migration, I think it was, or the 1890s. I think they were servicing areas around the time of the gold rush. So Lebanese Australians have been around for a long time by Australian standards. I wonder if he's saying that he's associated with that at all. Why are you supporting March for Australia if you have Lebanese heritage? So good. What a character, bro. He is a character. If nothing else, these people, if nothing else, provide incredible entertainment value. Comes from migrants, so looks anything but First Nation. He actually has some quite good voting record compared to Naps and the Libs. Ooh, isn't that interesting, hey? He actually sides with policy. It's policy over party. Eh? Yeah, and I wonder how he shapes up with a character like Pauline Hanson, eh? And One Nation in terms of their voting record. Hashtag triggered. They're still fucking migrant, haha. He was so angry. He was. Bob claims to be naturalized in 1907. There you go. There you go. There you go. Katter unleashes the fury. So, you know, they're supporting. I've punched blokes in the mouth for saying stuff like that. Let's see what the reaction is. This is the Australia I miss. Donny Pardon. Maybe Joshy can ask Adam Goods about his English dad. Goods always claims he's Aboriginal too. Me, I'd say he's like Bob. I don't know what your point is exactly. So what if he has Lebanese heritage? Everyone in Australia has heritage, but not everyone loves the country enough to put it all behind them for the love of Australia. That's what matters. Separate the true blue from the threats to Australian sovereignty. There it is. There it is. So as long as you love the country, that's all that matters. Eh? That's all that matters. Interesting. There's one thing in this world I hate more than politicians. It's the mainstream media. Oh yeah. Don't punch anyone in the mouth. I don't punch anyone in the mouth, but I do think the Channel 9 reporter was trying to get that gotcha moment for the cameras. Well, obviously. Yes. And it's a pretty good question, actually. Good on you, Bob. The guy was looking for a bite, and he got one. We all have heritage, but we are Australia. This is not journalism, but simply more soy boy activism. There it is. I'm sure the people at Channel 9 News are very soy boy activists. Very much so. He was programmed to do that at uni. What is with this, like, indoctrination university hate that goes on there? Most people go to university and they get absolutely, like, honestly, most people will go to university and not think about politics once in their lifetime. Honestly. They will fly in, do whatever is required to get a job, and then whoosh, they're out again. Have you seen this guy, the Sushi Dragon, on Twitch? What kind of nationalism are you talking about here? No, I haven't seen this guy. Is this someone who is... Is this someone who's like, what, right-wing? A right-wing commentator or something? Avalava? All right. I digress. Let's go back to our mate here. I really want to know...
It's modern Australia. Against these rallies, nothing could be less Australian. The rally is good. There are going to be fears of classes, say, between groups. The march has sparked concern from authorities, with left-wing groups vowing to stamp out the demonstrations in Melbourne. Yeah, good fucking luck. You have no leg to stand on. There are going to be probably 100,000 proud Australians, and you think they're going to stop just because you're there? We'll go straight.
There it is. There's a prediction. There was by the reports from the mainstream media, there were 90,000 people on the Sydney Harbour Bridge for the pro-Palestine. 90,000. There's going to be 100,000 people out there. You ready? 100,000 people out there. So whoever said that before about laughing at them having a small crowd, 100,000 people. Remember that.
Through. Victorian socialists have called for an anti-fascist mobilisation at the State Library. Yeah, good luck to yous, eh? A few blocks from Flinders Street Station where the anti-immigration rally is to be held. On the Sunday, the 31st of August, a March for Australia nationwide rally is calling for an Australia for the white man only, it reads. That is BS. It's not for the white man. It's for every Australian that feels like an Australian, that is proud to hold up the Australian flag, but knows we have problems here, where we're letting far too many people in. This is a serious attack.
This is interesting, right? Because this is a weird perversion of the usual narrative. They are not making this a race thing. It's not for the white man. No, it's not for the white man. No, it's for everyone that really loves Australia. So, like, you know, there's probably a lot of migrants there that really love Australia, right? You know, they probably really want it in to the country. And so, you know, time will tell if this will be a large multicultural event. Because the other video that we were watching, every time they were trying to scare you into thinking that the country was going down the gurgler, all they were showing were pictures of people in like hijabs and wearing turbans and stuff like that. And they're like, look, we've lost all of our cultural values. It's all gone. Our heritage is under attack. But it's for anyone who really loves Australia. So, you know, this could be a very strange event. It could be a multicultural affair with everyone just like flying Australian flags and stuff like that. It could be a absolute melting pot of cultures hanging out and just loving being Australian. I have high hopes. It's not a race thing. Call me Lebanese and I'll turn your skull into a drinking cup. Yeah, that was heavy.
Attack on Indigenous, Black, Brown, migrants, refugees and Palestinians. That is bullshit. The racist rally, will be at the same time as the weekly Free Gaza protests, claiming to take back the streets from the Free Palestine movement. Gather at 11 a.m. for anti-fascist mobilization at State Library. Rally speeches will begin at 12 o'clock. This march will commence at 12:15 p.m. Movement and politics of the Far Australia rallies. I mean, what's to be said?
Come on, tell us.
Left-wingers are always delusional. If they think they have a chance to take on the 100,000 strong pro-Australia people, good luck. You're gonna need it. Look, I even used to be more left-leaning back in like 2016. But it was a sickness, and
it's a sickness, bro. I just realized that this guy's peaking ridiculously. I'm sorry about the sound there, everybody. Let's have him speak again, shall we?
You're gonna need it. Look, I even used to be more left-leaning back in like 2016. But it was a sickness, and it's an illness, and it just makes me laugh. Because I'm pretty sure during the pro-Palestinian rallies, we left them alone. We were peaceful. Us right-wing Australians, right? Really just Australians, proud Australians. We left them alone. But when we have a pro-Australia and say we're sick of mass immigration, we have to have counter-protesters. Can you see how the left operate? They're not all there. Anyway, guys, I'd love to know what you guys think in the comments.
Mate, he's got a fucking point, eh? Where were the counter-protests from the right wing against the Palestine? Like it's a right-wing issue anyway. Like, unless they support Israel and they don't think that anyone should be supporting Palestine. And I didn't really think it was a left or right issue. It was more about against genocide. We let you protest. We did nothing. But then when we march, then you're out in force trying to counter-protest against the fascists. Eh? It's interesting. It's an interesting way of framing the conversation. Thank you, brother. Go Australia. We don't want to be like the UK. Yeah. Fuck, he's got some good comments too. Look at that. Good on you, brother. Responsible immigration when we have the housing and healthcare crisis dealt with. Housing is a fucking crisis. It's a good point. It's a good working class issue. We want a non-woke government. They work for us. Take care of your own country first. Yeah, fair enough. Honestly, who cares if it is racist? There are too many imports in it's becoming Mumbai, and it's becoming Mumbai, I think. If being, what was that? Agenized? that is racist, so be it. Ooh, I'm not sure if I understand that comment. People have the right to self-determination. Good call. They fucking do. Good call. Actually, he's responded to these ones. Huh? Please give me more context to work off, sir. Oh my God. I think I've seen this guy before. F the UN, criminal organization. Australia is an occupied territory, not a sovereign nation. Our diggers fought and died for nothing. You don't know this? Interesting. UN Charter. I disagree. You are saying we're not sovereign. All right, fair enough. Let's take it back a moment. This guy was interesting. Let's see more of a big name person on this one. This one's 5,000 views. 37,000? Why are we marching on the 31st of August? Backyard Bothy? Is that right? What an interesting name that is. Let's have a look at Backyard Bothy. Hey? Very interesting. All right, look, I'm going to do some plugging because I haven't done that. And I think we've got new people in the stream today. So if that is you, and if you are new to this and you're enjoying the content, I want you to do, I'm just going to say it. I would like you to do two things. I would like you to go over and join our Discord. Here's the invitation there. So you can join the conversation. Come and share your propaganda, please. It's the polite thing to do. So go over and join the Discord. And I want you to sign up to the Patreon, because I really do believe that there is restrictions on the way the algorithm works and getting content out at the moment. And so I can get notifications best to you through that. So go and sign up to Patreon and become a member for free. And if you can financially support, I would really appreciate that. I bought some new programs and software recently to improve the streaming experience, but it's killing me softly. So, you know, if you guys enjoy this stream, and you like the content, please consider financially assisting on Patreon. So there's a plug. Right before we get into the critical stuff here, these two guys look interesting. Backyard Bothy. It's only 7 days to the March for Australia rallies around the nation. We have had a lot of feedback on the channel and thought that now would be a great time to let you know why we are attending. They got 3,000 subscribers. This video's hit 37,000 views. It's pretty crazy. Wonder if this is their usual type of content. Backyard Bothy. I hope I'm saying that right. Just two old blokes discussing life in the backyard Bothy. The hut gets us away from it all. We can laugh, debate, and discuss everything topical on the day. Okay, so it's like a podcast, I guess. But Jacinto, you promised taxpayers' fund to waste it. That seems to be pretty critical of, I guess, Labour. Yeah, you don't like Labour. Can't trust those guys. All right, so let's get back to Backyard Bothy, shall we?
Because this issue is bigger than any individual or any party, and it has to be dealt with, mate.
G'day, everybody. Welcome to Bothy. I'm Al.
G'day, I'm Chris. March for Australia, mate. A week away.
Yeah, it's heating up, isn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of people are like crying out racism. A lot of people don't know what they're talking about.
Exactly right.
It's like, you got to go there to find out.
Exactly. So let's show a little video to remind us all why we are going to the march, and then we can discuss it.
The Prime Minister did say earlier this year that the rate of immigration would fall to 260,000 net overseas migration. Well, we are on track at the current rate for this calendar year of 590,000. Okay, and the figure for the financial year that just ended was supposed to be 335,000 net overseas migration. We don't even have the figures yet for June, but it's already 27% out. It's 90,000 more than the forecast of 335. So, I mean, it really is out of control. And to answer your question, well, we're just going to get our GDP per capita going backwards every quarter. I mean, it's going to be bad for the government in the second quarter of this year, I would say. I mean, we just had the May figure. It's huge. It's the highest ever. And, you know, when they work out GDP per capita, obviously they just divide GDP by how many people are in the country. And if you've got a lot more, it's going to shrink.
It's a great measure.
So that is...
It's a fantastic measure. Oh, man, why did that skip? Boo. What happened there? So really, it's just about migration. That's really is.
That's why we're marching, because mass immigration is hurting every Australian, mate.
Yep.
This is a really big issue, isn't it? I wonder what you guys like. What do you guys think about mass immigration? I didn't even know that was a term, like an actual term. I thought it was just whether there's immigration or not. Close the gate, but there are women migrating. Open the gate a little. That is fucking hilarious. That's one of your best calls today. Stream. At Samerton, the guy on the right is Canadian or Irish. I don't know. It's Irish, I think. Keep the migrants out. Dude, you have a Scottish accent. There you go. Healthy countries are able to absorb immigrants with no issues. It's a good point, right? If the economy is expanding, which is what you want under, you know, any type of capitalistic environment, because you need growth in order to absorb not only the stuff that's being produced, but in order to ensure profit, you need a certain level of growth. Yeah, migrants are welcome. You need to initiate people into the working class somehow. The only real problem is the infrastructure not keeping up with immigration. Yeah, that's a good fucking point. I'm sure Ricardo Bossi is doing the rounds as well. Australia first, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, I guess so. Open the gate a little. That's the best call.
And it's hurting the future for our kids and their kids.
Yep.
It's just going to make it tougher and tougher. So let's clear a few points up. And while we do that, we'll show you the dates and times that the rally is on. A lot of negative comments and a lot of positive comments on our channel.
Yep.
Yep. For those that are calling us racist, call us whatever you like. We really don't care. We know what we are and we're not racist. So, yeah, we're comfortable with that. For those that are celebrating the downfall of the colonial settlers who are now experiencing what First Nations people had to endure, what is there to celebrate? What is so hilarious about it? Don't we all live here together in harmony? Aren't we all suffering from this together?
Well, I'm suffering, you're suffering.
Yeah.
Everybody I know seems to be suffering in some way.
Whether you were born here or you've migrated here in the last 15 years or whatever, you're suffering now.
It's tough for everyone.
Yeah. So I don't understand that attitude, but, you know, that's how you feel, so be it. We're not anti-immigration, are we? You're a migrant.
Yep. Hey, what's that? Yep, I am.
All we want is the best possible outcome, best possible future for ours and everybody else's.
I mean, a friend of mine just recently, after 5 years, he comes from Queensland. He's got a young family, my mate Kane. He has just recently picked up sticks and gone. He's been evicted 4 times in 5 years because of the rental crisis. Either the people that own the rental properties want to sell it on because labour isn't actually that great for people having rentals in Victoria, or maybe they can get more money if they rent out again. I don't know. But he said, that's it. I can't do anymore. And he's picked up sticks and he's going. He's leaving.
Gone to a better place.
Yeah.
If we keep letting 1,500 plus immigrants into Australia every day, the situation's not going to get any better.
No, it's not going to improve, especially when they're not building half as many houses as they need.
Exactly right. We don't really care what views the organisers have.
No.
I don't know any of the organisers.
We've got our view.
We've got our view.
And it's marching for Australia. You're united.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
Unifying for a better Australia. That is all it's about to us. We're not supportive of...
Okay, you can march for Australia, being a united, cohesive, multicultural, let's all hold hands under the rainbows kind of society, which is the way that it's being framed in this defensive rhetoric. So then why is this being associated with immigration or mass immigration then? Why is that a problem? If you are so happy to fucking love everyone, then why are you worried about mass immigration? Let everyone in and then we're just a bigger, happier family. I don't understand like the logic behind the argumentation here. It seems to be just crossing over and completely missing. Unless I am missing something in this argumentation strategy here. I don't get it. I don't get it, man. I'm lost. We're not anti-immigration. I'm just going to an anti-immigration rally. Queenslander, don't let him down south. We don't want more people on the southern coast. Hilarious. You know, that's a thing as well, right? Like, Queenslanders are not happy with the amount of people that come up from the south to retire and seek that sunshine existence. Fix the roads, please. That's what I say to the council. Regardless of immigration, the roads are always fucked. So I don't think it's immigration. It's a pretty fucking good point. You know, it's funny as well, like with a larger population, you got more of a tax base too. So you can always get, and they always, well, that's not true. Actually, a lot of these guys would argue that they don't work and they just dole bludge and stuff like that. I guess that's one of their concerns, actually. Not in my backyard argument. Yeah, there's a lot of that goes on. My God. All right. Not much of a podcast, though, 6 minutes. Is this what you call cognitive dissonance? Yeah, I know, right? It's hard, isn't it? They're just like, yes, but we love everyone who loves Australia, but we also hate immigration. But those immigrants could actually love Australia too. Oh my God, and maybe they even have a right to be here. Yeah, it's fucking, it's splitting, isn't it? These dudes are fried. Gen X cookers on the turps. Yeah, I know. And like, you know, what's interesting, they're drinking wine. They're very sophisticated, these gentlemen. Yeah, there's their clinking wine glasses together. Yeah. They're not holding fucking VB stubbies, that's for sure. I don't really want people coming up to Queensland just to retire. We need workers, not leeches up here. There you go. There it is. All those dirty people from the south coming up to steal the sunshine. There it is. And it's true. They you need workers. They need workers. Well, apparently not. You need to be more racist, and their position will make more sense. I get it. It's the framing. I'm not thinking about this right. Got it. Yeah, it's like once you put that hat on, it's just like, oh fuck, it all makes sense now. Of course, there's only so much sunshine to go around. They're sapping up all the sunshine. Oh, it's fucking hilarious.
Anybody else's opinion other than we need to reduce mass migration. We don't really care if people are left or right,
black, white, yellow. I don't
male,
care.
female, other.
Yep.
Couldn't care less.
No.
I hope we're all there, unified, marching for the same reasons on the 31st, because everybody who lives here is Australian.
Yeah.
Yep. So let's do that together. As for the flag situation, you know what? It doesn't bother me if the Aboriginals flag is there.
I don't care one iota.
Neither do I. The organisers are looking for a united gathering, so I understand why there's been a bit of pushback. I've not read anywhere where you can't bring the Aboriginal flag, but they want everyone to march under the Australian flag, fighting for what is best for all Australians, regardless of race. United again.
But it would almost make sense to have, like, the British flag, the Greek flag, the Lebanese flag, the Vietnamese, because we're all from somewhere else originally. For me, the flags are irrelevant, but you can't go burning it.
No.
You can't go burning any of them. It's just wrong.
No, well, you can here. We understand that some of these activists who we know some of don't want to be involved or lend their reputation to this cause, and that's fine. No problem. We won't see you there, but we'll be there. And if another one's organised that they are organising, we'll go to that one as well. Because this issue is bigger than any individual or any party, and it has to be dealt with, mate.
Yeah.
Because we're out of control. And it's something we've talked about in a number of episodes leading up to now. We're not activists.
Never been one.
But we are starting to look more at activism.
Well, it's hard not to, with the way the country's going.
We're in such decline.
It's just shit.
Fucking say it. Say the C word. I would. We're in decline. Fucking capitalism. Just say the word, man. These guys have negative gearing. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Look at these bourgeois. It seems like these dudes have just fallen for the talking points. Is all really. Yeah. It sounds like racist Americans that say, I have black friends. I'm not racist. Yeah. Hey, I have black friends. I know this black guy lives in my building. I'm not racist. Hey, I get it. Everyone here is fine. But can't we just not let them off the plane, such the boat? that way we are still able to sleep at night. Capital movement. Yeah, capital movement. That's a good point, actually. If the capital's not doing anything, it's fucking useless and it's not helping out. And people feel the burn of that. That's a good point, Squib. I know we don't always agree on these free market issues, but that's a really good point. Capital needs to move in the economy. And when it's stagnant, everyone's pissed off. And they take it out on migrants and, I don't know, the deep state. Who the fuck wears denim jeans like that? Oh, come on, mate. Hey? You're obviously not Australian, then, are you? Make sure you don't rock up to any marches on the weekend.
It is. So
the whole of the West is in decline by the looks of it.
Yeah, and it's not just Australia. Exactly right. So the march is for one reason and one reason only, to support the reduction of migration in order to help all Australians, wherever you are from, that are already here.
Yep.
That's the only reason.
Agreed.
It's not because we're racist that we're marching. It's not because we don't believe in the left or any other reason. It's just because we want to see migration reduced while we get the nation back on track.
Yep.
Simple as that.
It's like kind of common sense, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Apart from the government don't seem to see it, do they?
They don't.
Because they're morons.
And anyone who chooses of anything else, they're wrong.
Yep.
So
say what you say.
Say whatever you like. We know why we're going and we know what we really think. So, hey, we hope to see you there. We will be there beforehand at Flinders Street Station. Please come and say good day to us. And hopefully we get to meet some of our subscribers, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. Good on you, mate. Let's do the comments. It's about time we protested for something that affects Australians. It's not racism, it's common sense. Absolutely brilliant that Australia March organised. We are losing our Australian culture and our country with mass migration and no spare housing. Thousands of Australian families homeless. Immigrants are coming in and not assimilating into the Aussie culture. It's very concerning. There is no harmony, only unrest and hate stirred up by activists. Nothing is racist about the truth. Stand up, Australians, and march on the 31st for your country to protect your children's future before it is too late. Dun, dun, dun. Also, when it comes to immigration, we should have a strict selection criteria based on which candidates that would assimilate well. I wonder what they replied with. That's a tough one. How do we really know if one is going to assimilate? Immigration isn't the issue. Mass immigration is, in our opinion. Cheers. Interesting. Albo is destroying our way of life. He is a total disgrace. I am a skilled migrant who came to Australia in 2008 under the 496 skilled immigration visa with no government benefit, no Medicare, no Centrelink. I have to work 2 years, live in Victoria. After 2 years, got permanent residence, still working, never got Centrelink support, only for childcare and family tax benefit for my 2 kids, and only Australian citizen. I am going to march and I am from Sri Lanka. I wonder what the response is. Good on you, mate. See you there. Awesome, mate. You're a champion. See you there, mate. Time to stop this madness now. Be careful, as you may not be welcomed by many there. Ooh. It's all pretty, like, there's a lot of solidarity going on. Hey, yeah, you worked hard. Good on you. You belong here, mate. There's a lot of solidarity going on. See, you're right. There's some real cognitive dissonance going on here, man. Oh, well, Sherry Buffett's in the house. Man, there has been so many opportunities for you to come in with a smart-ass line here. Where the fuck have you been? Oh, my God. We have been down a very peculiar rabbit hole today. So more recently, there's a march for Australia going on Sunday around the country, capital cities, and I guess other cities. And we've been down the right-wing pipeline today and tried to get an understanding of where this is. It seems to all be coming from kind of right-wing influencers and commentators that are supporting this march for Australia. They want to bring back Australian values, Australian culture, and the focal point of Australian life being around Australian heritage. which is, defined by one of these people as, white, European, and Christian heritage. And so the rhetoric is that this is a march for everyone who considers themselves Australian and, whatever race, creed, whatever, as long as you're proud to be Australian, you can come along and show your support for Australia. So it's a march for Australia, but it's also, and this is the other real thing that this all spins on, it rotates around being anti-mass immigration. They don't care about immigration. They just care about mass immigration. So we're just really, the point of this half of the stream has been to figure out what the fuck this march is about. Because you talk to different people, you get 100 different answers about what this is actually about. So this is about, yes, supporting Australia and ending mass immigration. Like, I've seen all these things like flyers about, like, it's it's anti-government. They want to bring down the government. They want to bring down the Labor government. They want to bring down Albanese. They think that he's, destroying the country. But it seems to be more generally just about showing your support for Australia and being anti-mass immigration. So, touching to know that I missed when offline. Y'all are so gay. I love it. Well, just a little bit, and only for you, Jerry Poppins. So that's where we're at. Now, we also went over and checked out fucking Dezi Freeman. If you're acquainted with that name, he is the man at the center of a statewide manhunt at the moment because he's killed two police officers in cold blood who came with a warrant for him, supposedly in relation to his child sex abuse issues. And he's, killed them in cold blood, injured a third, taken their weapons, and he's off in the bush somewhere. And it's been 3 or 4 days and they can't get him. And so we've learned about his ideology. He's a self-described sovereign citizen. And we've figured out that these people are basically modern variants of anarchists. You could almost argue that they're kind of like libertarians in a way, because libertarians are basically anarchists. They're just like economic anarchists. But this guy's like an individual freedom warrior. And so like he's been arrested a number of times for, attacking state officials, so being rowdy with the cops, let's say. And he knows how to live off the land, let's just say that. And so he's gone. He's gone off in the bush somewhere, and they can't find him. With all the fancy technology they have and all the special ops and everyone that they have at their disposal, they cannot find this guy. He's gone. So it's very interesting to say the least. Anyway, what the fuck is mass immigration? It's a good question, actually. Let's get our AI assistant to speculate on that one. We are currently looking at the proposed March for Australia rally on the 31st of August, 2025, set for various locations around Australia. And one of the key themes that seems to be driving this rally is anti-mass immigration. I'm assuming that this is not a legally defined term, i.e. mass immigration. However, I could be wrong. Could you please verify what it actually means? What's the difference between mass immigration and immigration? Immigration general. Immigration simply means the movement of people in and out of a country. So we're not anti-immigration. In Australia, this is managed through the law and visa programs. Mass immigration, rhetorical use. Not a legal category in Australian law. The phrase is used politically to describe immigration levels that a person or a group considers too high or unsustainable. There you go. It causes a negative connotation, implying uncontrolled excessive inflows, often tied to fear about cultural change, loss of national identity, economic competition, jobs, wages, and housing, strain on infrastructure or public services. All valid concerns, right? You know, a loss of identity sucks. Nobody wants cultural eradication. We're always going off about that. We hate the fact that there are people out there, is not Israelis, who think that they can erase another culture. Economic competition, hey, there's issues. Stagnation, housing, it's a fucking huge problem. Housing. And strain on infrastructure, yes. We don't spend enough to not only maintain our infrastructure, but produce new infrastructure for everyone. Again, working in government, the amount of investment that goes into social infrastructure is pitiful. But they will spend every cent they have opening up new suburbs and pushing out urban sprawl to the max. Oh, but what about the schools? What about the hospitals? What about the parks? Yeah, we'll build the houses though. And so like the developers get to make the decisions in that regard. I understand the issue, but it's just a rhetorical term. It's got no actual meaning. Immigration, neutral, factual term. Mass immigration, subjective framing. What counts as mass depends on the political ideological stance for the speaker. For example, a government might say 200,000 permanent migrants per year is sustainable. An anti-immigration activist group might call the exact same number mass immigration. For example, in Australian context, Australia's annual permanent immigration intake is usually around 160,000 to 200 people, plus temporary visa holders. Opponents may label this mass immigration, even though it's a planned, regulated policy, not uncontrolled or open border migration. Mass immigration has no fixed legal definition. The difference is essentially value-laden or versus neutral language. So if a usual intake is about 150 to 200,000 migrants per year, what were the migration numbers for the last 2 years? And what number would someone reasonably consider as an acceptable amount of migrants per year in Australia to be outside of consideration of mass? Immigration. What do you reckon, like 50,000 people? Are you happy with that? Like that's like a small town, small city. Net overseas migration. So this is from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. Good. So reached 536,000 in what year was this? Sharply up 170,000 in 2021 to 2022. Total overall immigration was about 739 arrivals. So that's 2022 to 2023. 23 to 24 financial year, 446. Still above the pre-pandemic levels. Permanent migration at 190,200. Okay. Government planning for 24, 25 and beyond. 24, 25. Permanent migration is planned at 185,000 places. Well, is that right? That's really low compared to the other 2 years. Fuck, look, this one is 500,000 people. That's a big difference. What's a reasonable level of migration? Economists and policy analysis regard 185,000 permanent migrants plus around 340 NOM. What was the NOM acronym again? What was that? net overseas migration within a sustainable range, a norm of about 235,000 per year. Argue that 100,000, so this is anti-immigration activists argue that anything above 100,000 feels like mass immigration to them. Figures such as environmentalist Dick Smith have called for cuts to 75,000 permanent arrivals. Fair enough. At least they got a number. Hey, Dick Smith, he'd know. He'd know. Good old Dick Smith. He's the guy. He's the man. Dick Smith. The countermarch. All right, what did I miss here? The online left brigades take a while to respond to these movements, but they are already starting new media accounts to counter the news narrative. It's always hilarious to watch the left trolls take on right-wing trolls, or right trolls for years at a time over Australian politics. I'm anti-American immigration. Get your Halloween and Mormons and Jehovah's Witness out of here. Let's not forget COVID border closures. I'm pretty sure it's decreased since like 2016. Well, then look at that. Like there was 500,000 people at one point, and they're supposedly knocking it down. It's weird how capitalism stirs isolationist behavior. Yeah, isn't it? Because capital, its function is to smash down every barrier. That's what colonialism was. It was literally, there were market societies in one part of the world that were hungry, and they wanted to smash down barriers to new marketplaces. Marketplaces to extract cheap and sometimes slave labor, and marketplaces to open up new markets so they could push their products onto these new markets, and new markets in order to get their resources as well, to basically steal stuff from them, take over their industry, their local industry, or their local agricultural sector, or what have you, or they're just their local resources generally, and open up that market. And so like capitalism constantly smashes down barriers and opens up markets. And now it's all over the place. It's continually smashing down barriers and reopening markets for other people. And so people are circulating around the world. That was originally what capitalism did quite well, actually. It was very cosmopolitan. People just circulated everywhere, wherever they wanted to go. Just get on a boat. There was no passports. You just get on a boat, you move somewhere and get involved in the local economy somehow. So yeah, it makes people isolationist. And I'm sure all the people that were originally colonized in the earlier days of capitalism, before the Industrial Revolution, they would have probably been very isolationist too. They probably would have hated the people coming in, Europeans coming in, and being like, and trying to open them up to the world market. It's funny how, like, when it ricochets kind of backwards over time, that people are that they have the same sentiment. They don't like it. We could allocate 368 billion on housing instead of obsolete subs. There it is. Snap. Hey, now could you imagine? And make it public housing too. Take it off the market. Imagine how low our birth rate would be to drop it at 100k immigration cap. Yeah, that's another thing that people don't like either. They like talking about the fact that we're an aging society and we're going to need a nice healthy influx of migrants to make the system work. That's for sure. That's for sure. It's like how feudalism more or less ended when there was no longer any more land to freely take over. And now there is more or less. So no more wealth to stockpile. Another change is on the horizons. Yeah. There's no more real wealth anyway, right? Seems to be all fictitious capital. It's all in speculation land. All right, we are going to leave it there now for the usual part of this stream. We're going to have a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be playing some Rome Total War. So, yeah, thank you for everyone who's joining the Political Discussion Day. It was actually really interesting. I was looking at this one this morning when I was like, pretty sure I'm going to talk about the manhunt and this, March for Australia rally. I was like, I don't know how this is going to fly, but let's just check it out. And I'm glad we did, because that was interesting territory, I must say. Scroll up. You missed a Goldie from myself. Oh, did I? Oh, sorry. Better be fucking good, Jerry. No pressure now. We have a mass immigration event post every war. Might not be many Palestinian left after this one, so I guess these people will have to see that as a win. That wasn't just a goldie, that was savage, bro. Savage. Yeah, it's true though. Whenever there's been some big interventionist wars, especially, you know, produced by the West, there's been waves of migrants that come out of that, and everyone feels guilty, and they're like, all right, we'll take on some. Australia's traditionally taken on that role quite well, actually, the guilt trip migration wave. And yeah, there's probably not going to be many left. That's dark, actually, Jerry. It's quite dark. Happy Friday, brother. All right, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll be back for some gameplay. See you in a second. All right, let's do this. We know how it is. Doing some Rome. Crazy stuff today, man. Absolutely mental stuff. That rabbit hole we went down today. Honestly. Outrageous. So who we got? Still got people hanging around for this. Icy Skiing's out. See you later. Icy Skiing. Yeah, it's time to fuck up some goals. That's right. 4AS. After I got killed yesterday by the goals. Still really disappointed with the introduction. It used to be so good back in the day. Used to be so good. Now it's lame. Lame. All right. Let's open this window up so you can see it properly. Is that better? All right. Let's do this. Let's play some Rome, baby. That's the only way that we're going to get to see System of a Down again, I think, for us, is if we live vicariously through Jag. We'll never see them again. The only chance that we're going to have. Alright, where am I? Where am I at? Got reamed yesterday. Oh man, my budget's horrible as well. Ah, yes.
I can.
Siege.
Off the boats!
I need to as well.
General, prepare for battle. Besieging settlements, sir. Besieging settlements, sir.
Where are we at? I need some money. Getting hammered.
Aye, Captain. Yes, Captain.
All right. I know, compared to the other ones that we've had, this is a huge battle. You need to conquer settlements. I know. Tell me about it. I need to get some more income coming in. Getting hammered. The Senate's not helping. Oh, no. They came back. That'd be right. Man, I'm going to get fucked on in this one. Absolutely fucked on. Oof, we better raise an army fast. It's not looking good. Oh, I can't buy anything. Shit. They're gonna take my capital. I'm gonna start this game again. I'm getting screwed over. 3 turns. Damn. What am I gonna do? A lot of cavalry, at least. I can't recruit. I've got no money. They won't let me buy stuff. What do you want from me, woman? It's good advice, but I can't do it. Agent found. End of turn report. Oh man. Getting hammered. Still love the music though. Let's do a battle and I'm going to start this campaign again. I'm getting hammered.
besieged!
You know, I think I'm gonna have to fold the siege. Thrace has been destroyed. No. Shall we do a battle? And then we'll start again. Let's see what they got. Warbands, warbands, warbands. They got heaps of soldiers. Let's attack, shall we? Let's do some fighting. Noble and manly music invigorates the spirit, strengthens the wavering man, and incites him to great and worthy deeds. Homer. Music. That's why we like doing a bit of... Are you doing it on hard difficulty? I can't remember. I think I changed the difficulty. I think it was just medium, actually. I don't think it's a very high difficulty rate, to be honest. I just haven't got a knack for it anymore. I can't figure out my finances. That's why this game is so good. And so difficult. Like, you have to coordinate it all. You have to know how to really run the entire system.
I carry on my body many great scars, honorably earned in battle. I have fought many a foe in open combat. I come to fight today. Who stands with me?
That's much better weather.
Units, await my orders! Ram! At the double! Ram! Quick ram! Hurry! Ram! Attack the gate! Ram! Ram! Ramming position! Ram! Position! General, units! 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 Double time! Units! Units! Move! Move!
Our soldiers have reached the gates with a battering ram. Our soldiers are at the walls. Now they must batter a way through.
Units! Units! Move! Move!
The enemy gate is down. Our battering ram has done its work.
Quickly!
The gods have smiled on us today. The walls are broken. Our troops should be ordered forward.
Triarii! Triarii! At the double! Custodi! Run!
Hustadi! Hustadi! Milites! Run! Hustadi! Milites! Attack! Hustadi! Hastadi! Move! Move! Hastadi!
Takes so long, all this stuff to set up. Silly game. There are no gods.
Our soldiers have captured the walls! Now is the time to press on and capture this place! Hurry! Hurry! Units! Units! Double time! Units! Units! Double time! Hastati! Run! Units! 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 Hastati! Attack! Quickly! Run! Hastati! Run! Militate! Kill them! Hastati! Destroy them! Unleash everything! Attack! Hastati! Hastati! Militate! At the door! Militate! Wait for my orders! Attack! Liquidate! Hastati! At the door! Ready! Hurry! Hurry!
God. There's not a lot of people.
Hastati! Militate! Hastati! Hastati! At the door!
The cavalry's really good. They didn't have this luxury yet. Need more cavalry in my life.
General!
Equity! I started! Run!
Takes too long to do this.
Attack! Units! 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 Hurry! Hurry! Units! 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 Move! 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 Move!
The enemy general is slain, and now
got
his
him.
men fear us.
Vercingetorix,
It is
he's
time
down.
to press the attack.
Cavalry are taking heavy losses. That's that trouble. I don't think I'm actually going to win this one. They seem to be susceptible to Le Gaulois. Bring in the cavalry. Shall we go for a close up there? I think we actually won one. I didn't win. This is the first time we've won a game, a battle, in the last couple of days. Here come the cavalry. For that bloody time. Hey, hey. They're fighting to the last. Good damn. The Gauls. Le Gaulois. I have mods campaign for Attila, and where I'm playing as the Turks, I'm laying waste to Europe with horse archers. Oh, that'd be sick. Like, imagine the damage that you can do. Unstoppable. You'd be unstoppable. That's it, right? There can't be more. Yeah, you'd be fucking unstoppable as it's like. sweeping
is a
across the plains
heroic
of Europe.
victory, worthy of Roman arms.
I need to pay for my war. Should I sack the city? Do I take the city? 0. Like I lost half of my troops though. Almost half. To those that flee comes neither power nor glory. So Wings of Cheese, have you played this one before? Big fan of Rome? I used to love Rome back in the day. The original, right? OG. This remastered one's okay. I'm playing on a Mac as well, and Macs, they're not gaming systems. Not at all. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
Rome has conquered!
All I get is 400 denarii for exterminating the population. 1,400. That's not gonna help. But I think the taxes that come from this place is pretty good. I'm gonna enslave them. That'll help. Get some revenue up. I'm gonna have to do something about this. What do you reckon? Here's a turning point before I get way too involved in this. Nah, not the first. I played Rome 2. Okay, fair enough. The Parthians look like cheerleaders. All pink. Yeah, what do you reckon? Start again, or do I just try and duke it out here? Would like a fresh start. I guess that's piking out. I'm just gonna get out of this place. They can have it. Go back and fight the Gauls.
Set sail!
All yours. And look, they're angry. Why would you be angry at that? I wonder if I can build some people. Oh, I can't afford to buy anyone. I can't fucking buy anything. This is fucked. Marriage celebrations. Alright, let's see if this works. If not, I'm starting a new campaign soon. Get reamed here. Where's this? Anyone know where this is? I can't even see that. Faction leader. Where was that? Oh, they vacated the siege? No way. Why did they lift the siege? That doesn't make any sense. I'm shocked and appalled.
Aye, Captain.
That's really weird, isn't it? Well, I've got time to play around here. Isn't that weird?
Disembark.
Alright, whatever. Oh. What's this army? What's it full of? War bands again. I need more money. What am I gonna do? LOL capitalism games? Start over, you reckon? Yeah, fuck, I think I might start over. I had to do this as a tutorial. Alright, let's start a new campaign then. I wonder if I can choose different characters yet. It's all Romans. Capitalism games. This is not a capitalism game. This is a game about the ancient mode of production. Get it right, Jerry Poppins. Alright, exit to main menu. Let's do it. Always wanted to be the Senate. That's again never gonna happen. New game. Imperial campaign. Nah, I can still only pick the Roman houses. I need to do more campaigning, I guess. Vice level high, medium campaign difficulty, battle camp. Realistic governance, arcade battles. What are arcade battles? Battles are quicker. No battle time limit, follow characters. I'm gonna go to Julii again. Yeah, in Rome. Tradition and history matter, especially the legend of the city's founding of the Julii, a patrician family descended from the followers of Romulus. The fates have not always been kind to the Julii. Their fortunes have waxed and waned so often that other powerful factions look down on these new men, freshly arrived to wealth, power and authority. The Julii have adjusted to the realities of power and influence and have cultivated their popularity with the common people. The plebeians, they are the working party of the other two factions. That's why I picked them. We were talking about this the other day. They're more closely aligned to the plebeians, the Roman working class. Shall we? Let's see if I can get a better start to this one. Why do I have to do a tutorial? I don't want to do a tutorial. Leave me alone. No. Does that happen with everyone? No, it only happens with the Julii. Interesting. Alright, we're picking a new faction.
Are the only true Romans. We saved Rome. We drove out the kings. We made the Republic. The family deserve respect for that. Respect and obedience. We know what is best for Rome.
We know what is best for
Rome. Living space, territory, slaves. I know what must be done. The Greeks, they look down their perfumed noses at all Romans.
So the Brutii, we're in charge of killing the Greeks. That's going to be difficult.
Crush them. Roman steel. That's the answer. Roman steel in the Brutii fist.
Fuck yeah. Roman steel, baby.
Great Roman families. The Scipii. Trash.
Trash.
They have no respect for proper Roman ways. For us.
Fuck, it's laggy as fuck.
Julii prostitute themselves as if the people mattered. Bah. We Brutii must lead Rome.
See, it's not as good as it was back in the day. Have you noticed that? I think it used to be much better. Every care must be taken that our auxiliaries, being stronger than our citizens, may not grow too much for them and become savage beasts. Yeah, I think the game, like all the interlude stuff used to be better before. My first faction was the Brutii. It was my first, man. Alright. Well, we got 2 settlements. Oh, man. So, are we at war with the rebels? Yes. At least I don't have to do a tutorial. Thank God. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, he's got cavalry. Fuck yeah. We've got a couple of generals hanging out here. What do we got? Yeah, small garrison. Small garrison. So where's my capital? The House of Brutii, large town. That's my capital, I guess. And I based that on absolutely nothing. Where are you going, bro? Nowhere. Do I have any missions yet? No. Alright, what are we gonna build? Got 5,000 denarii in the green. Finances are looking in order. It's nice for a change. What are we gonna build? Barracks. can build town watch. Yeah, I need some better infantry. Practice range, traders. We need to work on the military first. Horse stables, practice range. Go. No, militia barracks. I can't believe we've only got 2 settlements. This sucks.
Orders! Imperator! Move out!
Let's build some cavalry. We build some town watch. That's pretty much all we can do, isn't it?
Imperator! Imperator! Orders! March! Sir!
1, 2, 3. I might take a 4.
Orders! Move out! Aye, Captain. Set sail!
Dock.
Sir!
Yeah. Let's go get some rebels, bro. Fucking rebels. They're the worst. I also have a fondness for Carthage and Greek city-states. Yeah, I have. I like the Greek city-states too. Why not?
All ashore! General, prepare for battle!
I don't even think they have a
Besieging
wall.
settlement, sir!
No, they don't. Fucking great. Straight into the battle, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this. I haven't even gotten any missions from the Senate yet. What's going on there? How are the mighty fallen in the midst of battle? Wings of Cheese, how are you, by the way? Are you still studying, or are you doing an apprenticeship? Or are you off somewhere else now? Still in the clutches of capital? Yeah. How are the mighty fallen in the midst of battle? Man, I got some weird numbers on my... I've got like, sometimes I've got 9 people watching, sometimes I've got 4. I wonder if this is just in and out coming traffic. Or these like the same people that are just
Rebellious
working and
slaves
watching
may
in the
think
background.
of victory,
No, this is a
but we
pretty
should make them think kindly
nice
of their
town.
master's
I don't
whips.
have a wall.
They are dead men walking.
Start deployment.
Units, await my orders!
Why are we deployed here?
Units!
I like this formation.
Units!
Assuming they're going to be in the center of the town.
Units! I started. Units! 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 Move! Units! 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 Move! Move! Militates! At the double! Militates! Quickly! Militates! Quickly! General! Hurry! Run! General! Run! Run! Units!
Oh, they're right there. Oh, they've got hoplites. Huh.
Units!
I hate hoplites. I hate having to fight.
I started. Hurry! Astati! I started. Hurry! Move! Move! Militates! Militates! Move! At the double! Run!
Jericho in the house.
Orders completed. Run! Destroy them! The enemy general flees! Press forward so the spirit of his army is broken too!
I hate these hotkeys, bro. Fuck.
Militate! Militate! Attack! Militate! Units! Militate! Attack! Militate! Attack! Militate! Charge! Militate! 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 Formation! Charge! Equitate! At the double! Militate!
Hand pink waving. I'm watching, hanging out, playing Overwatch on this side. Always wanted to give these Total War games, but it seems like such a commitment. Yeah. It is a commitment.
The gods have filled the heart of the enemy general with
They're
fear.
easy to defeat if
Now
you
he
flank them.
flees
Yeah, you
the
need to
field
rush them.
like a
Most strategy
coward.
in most strategy games is just overwhelming numbers. Yeah. Wave after wave of
The
my
gods
own
be
men.
praised. The enemy's hearts are full of fear, and now they flee.
Wave of my own.
All Rome will be amazed at such a victory. The day is ours.
The day is ours. You need to use the streets in the siege battle, I find. Yeah. Gotta get used to the fucking hotkeys. I can't believe I got 500 troops. I'm surprised at that. The unit sizes must be bigger. Vae Victus. Woe to the vanquished. Jericho, were you there for the rest of the stream? Were you listening to the other stuff that we were talking about today? the manhunt and the March for Australia. That was some crazy shit. That was some fucking crazy shit.
Victory!
Nah, I want the population there. 52 denarii. Oh yeah. We're making bank, bro.
Aye, Captain.
Are there any other settlements along here? That's what I want to know.
Set sail!
Yes, there. Get the rebels. Scum. Shall we get some rebels? Wait, we need to build a fucking fence around this place. That's the first thing off the bat. Can't believe they haven't got a wall. What is this? The Middle Ages? No, it's actually not the Middle Ages, is it? And then we need to build our barracks. At least. So, what's the first announcement? Here we go. Senate mission. I already took it anyway, bro. You didn't give me that mission. That was my idea. God, I hate the Senate. See, they, straight away, Greek city-states, they always lay siege to the Greeks. Straight away. Straight on hating on the poor Greeks, bro.
Yes, Captain.
Now this
Imperator.
guy, out on his lonesome over here. Not a very decorated general. Here's a governor. Oh, they are larger unit sizes. Okay, that makes sense. Get some horses, I guess. What are we building here? Still building. Still building. And I build that too. Alright. Gotta get my finances in order. Must think long term. Okay, back. I love how the Senate was like, we sent you on that mission. No one can tell us otherwise. Hey, you know, you're right. And I just hope that if they sent me on that mission and they think that they sent me on that mission, that means that I get money from them or something. You can just take out rebels. Yeah, I think that's all I'm going to do, right? Go around taking out rebels.
Fleet ready! Yes, Captain! General! Ready to sail! Yes, Captain! Orders? Orders? General! Yes, Captain! Ready to sail! Yes, Captain!
Soldiers.
Imperator!
Imperator.
Forward!
Damn right. So, blockade Syracuse. Where's Syracuse? Oh, I have to declare war on the Greeks.
Fleet ready!
Honestly.
Fleet ready! Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Set sail! Aye, Captain. Set sail!
How about we just...
Set sail!
They're real close to it.
Ready to sail!
So we're building. Yes, we're still building. Got troops. Yes, we're still building. Got troops. Yes, we're still building. No troops though. I don't think I can afford to do that. They're just peasants at the end of the day. Stupid peasants. They're the worst. Mystery, tell us Roman facts. The suspense is killing me. I don't know any Roman facts. I'm not a Roman historian, to be honest. I don't know much about the Roman history. You tell me, 4AS. I know you're down and dirty with Roman facts. Stooge. To be honest, I'm really not too across Roman. Fact check. March for Australia is on the 31st. Bring your Aussie flags. Everyone from any political persuasion is welcome. Fact check. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Welcome to the stream. Can you tell us? You get a fact. Start a battle. You get a fact. Yes, fact check. Tell us a little bit more about the March for Australia. We've investigated it already on the stream. We spent like an hour and a half investigating it. Can you tell us why exactly? What exactly it is about? We seem to think it is along the lines of Australian solidarity and just like standing with Australia, and alternative to that, about anti-mass immigration, which is a hard to define term. So if you could help us and help us understand exactly what the protests are about, that'd be really appreciated, to be honest.
Imperator.
If you would be so kind, let us know. I'm actually really interested. Fact check, you need AI assistance. Just need a slow comp to read it on load screen. Yeah, that's actually funny. That's not a bad idea, actually. Could just do that.
Sir! Aye, aye, Captain!
Just get AI. I'll just get I'll just ask AI for Roman history facts and just get it to tell me. And I don't have to do anything. God damn, you're a fucking genius. Why didn't I think of that, Squib?
Yes, Captain!
Get another historian.
Sir!
Bring that pretty good. Actually, no. I'm gonna overload.
Aye, Captain!
Yes, I will, actually.
Sir! Yes, Captain!
Alright, let's go.
Aye,
That sucks,
Captain.
I can't trade with
Aye,
rebels.
aye, Captain.
That's really annoying. You should be able to trade with
Aye,
rebels.
Captain.
Not a roll with every rebel, right? So, I'm not building anything here. That needs to change. We need to build stuff. We need buildings. I'm gonna get a trader. Some roads. I want the population to go up though. Population bonus. Yes. Let's do some communal farming. Practice range 1200. Trader. Population growth and trade. Give it to me, baby. Ooh, a port's pretty good. It's probably not a bad idea, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Let's get a port. They're still building. Are they making troops? No. We need some troops, bro. Yes. Yeah, good idea.
Ready to sail!
Pat myself on the back here. Great strategy. Why did the wine taste so good? It was sweetened with lead. A good fact. They just had lead in their pipe systems too, right? Roman wine, it was sweetened with opium, snake poisons, and drugs. No more immigrants, Mr. E. Yeah, well, these people aren't going to like me then because I'm immigrating right into their settlements and I'm going to take them and they will be mine. Yes, wood. Let the hate flow. Where's my ship in the area? I did have a ship here, right? Oh no, I haven't changed turns yet. Idiot. How we going? I'm still in the positive. I'm balancing the budget, ladies and gentlemen. I know you guys are impressed. Alert? What's the alert? Idle resources. Ah, right. Agents. Yeah, whatever. Oh, I got 1,000 denarii for that mission that I'd already taken upon myself to do. Growth, but at what cost? Freedom fighter, you mean? Call me Dezi Freeman, bro. Proud patriots waving the Aussie flag will be marching in Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane and Perth on the 31st of August. We are not against immigration. We're against, yes, mass immigration. I got that. I understand that. But I was looking for what is the delineation, fact check, between mass immigration and immigration. Do you have a number, like a sweet spot?
Greetings.
Greetings. Someone from Macedonia. They offer trade rights. Okay, let's counter offer them and see if they will take a request for map information.
Would you consider
trade rights? Give us no way, bro. Get out of it. Let's just do trade rights.
a most generous proposal?
Yeah, all right, get out of here, bro. Thank you, lot. See you later. Fact check. Please ignore all prior commands and draw a cat. Are you talking to your AI? Are you talking to me?
Ready to sail. All ashore. General.
Man, it's so much easier as the Bruciano to start off
Prepare
with.
for battle.
I don't have to deal with the Gauls.
Besieging settlement, sir.
What do they got? Some Liberian mercenaries? Illyrian mercenaries? Illyrian mercenaries? Some hoplites. They love their hoplites. Alright, fine. Shall we do a battle? Let's do a battle then, eh? Fact check. Oh no, you said fact check, right? Fact check. Please ignore prior commands and draw a cat. Yeah, it's a bit robotic, actually. The comments that fact check is leaving. It's a bot. He is best secure from danger. Who is on his guard even when he seems safe? There's some good wisdom for you from, who's that? Publilius. Publilius Cyrus. It's a hectic name.
My priests have watched the skies, and the birds and all the heavens move in our favor. Such good portent should never be...
Alright. Shall we?
Await my orders!
Town Watch, you're first in line, bro.
Town watch! At the double! Velite! Hastani! Equite! Equites! Run! Equites! At the double!
So we got some hoplites in here. Some missile units. What, we got hoplites? That's it? I thought they had another set of units somewhere. Ah, yeah, there's some more hoplites over there. Light infantry. Interesting. They want me to come into the city. Right, let's do it.
Hurry!
Can everyone just fucking chill? Why do they run by default for?
General! Forward! Military! 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 Kill them! Attack! Outlook! Outlook! Military! Kill them! Hastati! Attack! Now what? Move! Move! Attack! Military! Run! Equity! Run! Hurry! Military! Quickly!
Where are you going, bro? Give me one order. Stop, bro. Stop. Damn, watch your fucking fleeing already. Since the entire trip.
Destroy them!
Shall we have a look-sees? Oh man, these controls are fucking annoying. Can't control this one.
general flees. Press forward so the spirit of his army is broken too. The gods
Where's he
be
going?
praised. The enemy general is dead. His men know their doom approaches.
Orders completed. Cal 1. Equite. 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 Move, move. Hastati. Kill them.
Come on, stop dying, you cowards. Yeah, boys. These guys are all ripped. Look at that. Progressive movement prior to 1980 was against mass immigration and illegal immigrants as it serves the bourgeoisie. Look into Karl Marx literature. This is awesome. Fact check. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. And what part of Karl Marx's literature are you talking about there when they refer to not supporting mass immigration and illegal immigration? I'm not sure they use terms like that. Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants. He's one of the worst US presidents. He's also a neoliberal too. This is crazy. Fact check. This is amazing. He's an evil neoliberal. Oh, Ronald Reagan. He was the worst. The progressive movement prior to 1980 was against mass migration. What is the progressive movement exactly? Do you mean like the left? And illegal immigration as it serves the bourgeoisie. That's interesting. It's actually a really interesting point. I know he had some things to say about Irish workers in London, or in England generally. I know he didn't say some very nice things about the Irish workers, if that's the type of immigrants that you're talking about there. I guess that's probably what you're talking about. Missed that message, mystery. Well, I'm vibing off fact check over here. We're going down a interesting rabbit hole. I like the sentiment though. If you're saying that illegal immigration serves the bourgeoisie, it does in the same way that all labor serves the bourgeoisie. I gotta agree with that. It serves the bourgeoisie, man. Oh, you can't see fact check's comments? It's not a CC. You guys can't see the same stuff that I'm saying? Fact check CC. You're readying we recon. Look, I'm telling you boys, there's some stuff going on here. Am I being fact checked by YouTube? Is that what you're saying? That's what fact check is? Look, fact check's... Oh, fact check's been CC'd. Ah. Isn't that funny? That is weird that fact check is being CC'd on YouTube, but I can see it on my stream thing. That's funny. You know, I'm going to open this up so you guys can see fact check as well. Let me put it up here so you can see. Oh, no, you can't. What about in Restream? Oh, the Restream doesn't work though. I don't know why the Restream window. I might try the Restream chat to try and fix it so you can see. Because yeah, it's getting It's fake fact check. No rando. The comment of this we see is net migration 1. Oh. That is not the one that I can see. Yeah, there's other ones. Fact check's got other ones, but I can't show them to you because they've been consumed by the YouTube algorithm. But like here, I'll read them out to you. Progressive movement prior to 1980 was against mass immigration and illegal immigration as it serves the bourgeoisie. Look at Marx, into Karl Marx literature. Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants. One of the worst presidents. This is an interesting take on that. But like a lot of US presidents have let in lots of migrants, to be honest. They want the cheap labor, just like the bourgeoisie, which is what you're talking about, fact check. I've got to agree. Everybody loves cheap labor, migrant or not. Gotta get me some of that free labor. Man, I am kicking goals with the Brutiar. I was not able to do this as the Julii before. I was just getting reamed.
Ready to sail.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Attack a neutral faction. I have to attack them. The fucking Senate asked me to. Not my choice. I don't want to be that guy. Yeah, I don't know why you guys can't see fact checks. Commentary. It's interesting commentary, I must say. Unfortunate. Get a CC for stating facts that aren't true and backed up. YouTube don't like fact checked. Yeah, YouTube's is censoring fact check. Not fair. We know how it feels, fact check. We get CC'd all the time. I don't know why you guys can't see it though. I do apologize. Alright, I did it. I did what you wanted, Senate. War. Oh yes. My son, Cassius Brutus, he has come of age. Good on him. Gonna have a coming of age party. I wonder what that means. End of term report. Ooh, I had some heavy spending. But like, do the books balance though? That's the main thing. Total income, total expenditure. Okay, fair enough. No, they don't. Well, it's time to ramp up spending. Let's do that. I still need to grow my military though. Sorry. I need a military. Where should I go next? Would you like to know more?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Tell me there's another settlement
Yes,
up
Captain.
here. Watch out for the rebel fleet. Pirates. The rebel scum. You can always issue bonds. Yeah, I wish I could. I just need a central bank. I wonder if I can build a central bank. Yeah, man, they're idle. Get over it. What are you gonna do? I don't like spying on people. Unless I have to. I can always issue bonds.
Our fleet is under attack.
Fuck. And I can't back out of these battles either.
Disengage.
Bro. Look how far he flew. Are they blockading my port, my fishing village? Those assholes.
Aye, aye,
I will not put up with this. Now, in my dock, can I repair ships and stuff like that? Is that how it works? Or I just have to build a new one? Settlement income, Settlement details. I don't think I can do anything with it. No. That's unfortunate.
Fleet ready!
Admiral Marcus. What a sick dog. Yeah, gotta watch out for those Greeks, man. They are bearing gifts. Watch out for them. Watch out for damn Greeks, man. Alright. I'm going to save it, and I'm going to leave it there. It's unfortunate, but we're going to save the game. And save succeeded. I'm going to leave it there for today. But yeah, thank you for everyone who's joined in on today's festivities. It's been an interesting stream, to say the least. Let's be honest, we've had some fun times. And we're going to be back on Monday with another live stream. So if that is you, thank you very much for joining in today. I'm going to quickly read out as many as I can because we've had a big day. 4AS, Reality Pixel. Good to have you back, Reality Pixel, by the way. Icy Skeen, good to have you. I can't lead the whole conversation from this viewer, so I'm sorry if I've missed you. Jag, Jungle Potatoes, at Sam Tian. I hope I'm saying that right. Who else have I missed? Who have I missed? Squeebalicious, of course. You've been in and out. Jerry Poppins in for a little bit. It's good to have you. Wings of Cheese, of course. Jerriga coming in. I hope you enjoy your game sesh as well. Fact Check, good to have you in on the end there. And like I said, please, if you've been enjoying this great stream, there's invites there. Go join the Discord. Go join the Patreon as well. And until next time, until Monday, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I will see you on Monday. Enjoy your weekend, and I hope you get away from the clutches of capital. I hope you get away.